Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I apologize to the members of the public that are here that we're starting about 12 minutes late. There was an unavoidable delay in getting started this afternoon. This is a notice of the appeal process. I will read it out loud. It's appeal of decisions from the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code, notice is hereby given that if you are not satisfied with a decision by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission decision. We advise that you seek your own independent legal advice to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met. All right, Mr. Fields, did you say you had a few people to introduce? You want to do that now?
I would like to.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce to the commission Matt Purvis, who has joined NDOT he's going to be working with the Metro Council on our behalf, as well as Richard Rooker is going to be working with us at TLC and doing some things with us. So we want to make sure that you were aware of them. And also, we do have a new commissioner at the table today. Michael Santasteven has joined the commission. He was approved on Tuesday night by unanimous consent of the council. The mayor has signed it. So, new member.
All right. Welcome to everybody. Mr. Rooker, nice to see you back in the courthouse again. Yeah. All right. Has everyone been provided a copy of the minutes from our last meeting in January?
Yes.
All right. Has everyone had an opportunity to read the minutes? By the nodding of the heads, I'll assume that's affirmative. Okay. Is there a motion on the table regarding the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. Oops, I can't. The minutes from the January 26th meeting are now approved. All right, Mr. Fields, the first thing on our agenda today is a consent agenda, new record company applications. That's what we are here today partly
Yes,
for,
sir. The
right?
first three record is NAPCO Towing, SDY Towing Service, and WGD Towing LLC. Their applications have been reviewed, their insurance is in place, and staff recommends approval.
All right, is there any discussion from any commissioners before we put this to a vote for approval? All right. Is there a motion on the table?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
And that would be for NAPCO, SDY, and WGT altogether.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
The motion passes. Mr. Fields, we have also, it looks like an application for other passenger vehicle for hire. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we do. We have applications for one that I'm going to ask to be removed from the agenda, DJC Music LLC, doing business Donnie Lee Tours. We need to remove that today administratively from the agenda. But it would be, the ones we'd recommend is ADA Transportation LLC, Ankles Transport LLC, Acer Black Car Service, BLK LN LLC, Express Transportation, Jones A1 Luxury Transportation LLC, Limo Queen LLC, Nashville Town Limo Service, Nash One Transportation, NBM Limo, Night Flower Transportation LLC, Safin Service LLC, Scudo Drivers LLC, Spartan Shield LLC, Vina Transportation, Williams Comfort Transportation, and Unali Limo Service LLC. Application's been approved, insurance is in place, ask for approval.
All right, is there a motion on the table regarding the other passenger vehicles for hire?
I'll move that we accept the other passenger vehicles for hire of the companies that Mr. Fields listed.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, the motion passes. Mr. Fields, for the benefit of our new commissioner, would you please explain what other passenger vehicles for hire and what we just approved, please?
Other passenger vehicles for hire would include a class of vehicles that would be, the most prominent you would see are limousines, but it would also cover shuttles. It would cover black cars, sedans, and it also covers Uber Black. Uber, although we under state law, we have no authority over Uber or Lyft or other transportation network companies. Uber Black is a higher level of service that Uber provides. They require local licensing in order to service. So they do come to us, and in order to work at the airport, if you're a Davidson County company, you have to have a license from this commission. So other passenger vehicles for hire cover a wide variety of those sort of vehicles.
And we have, well, we've noted, many of the commissioners have noticed that there are a number of these other passenger vehicles for hire coming in every month asking for a permit. Could you give roughly an idea how many you think maybe, and again, just roughly, how many are on the street and why we're seeing so many each month?
Okay, let me turn to the person who knows almost everything.
Okay.
330 companies.
330 companies at the present time. I think what you're seeing is a transition. When we began to see the transition of for hire services with the advent of Uber and Lyft in roughly 2015, what we've seen is a real change in the atmosphere and the environment that we have for transportation. Prior to that, we had 1,200 taxi cabs licensed in Davidson County, and they were all filled. At the present time, we're in the range of 400 taxi cabs. So Uber and Lyft changed, but what we've also seen is people that have been doing Uber and Lyft, and they're now wanting to do their own company. We're seeing an influx of very new cars. We normally do not see new cars in this particular category by single owners, but what we're seeing is 21s, 22s, and I assume we got some 23s, and they're coming with luxury cars. So apparently there's a service that's out there and a need. The commission's role is to review the applications, review the driver's background, and we have not determined needs. There's not been a need requirement on this particular ordinance. There may be in the future, because there is such an influx, we may have to reconsider and study the idea of, do we need to consider annual meetings for them as well? We have not in the past because we've not been at the point. We're not at saturation. We could get there, but we're not there yet.
And I'm holding up what is about 2/3 of our agenda today, and that is the other passenger for vehicle applications.
Yes.
Do you screen these vehicles?
Yes.
And to make sure that they're safe for the public to be
We
transported?
actually require mechanical inspections on all of them. We require, look at the photographs, we check the insurance. The two biggest things we want to know is, are they mechanically sound and do we have good insurance? In fact, we're about to embark on a new insurance review program to make sure that we don't have anything sliding through after they go into business, that everything stays in effect, because there have been some changes in the insurance industry in terms of notification. So we're busy and going to get busier.
Thank you. And I want to back up one other agenda item there. The new record company applications, again, for the benefit of new commissioners here, would you explain, do we have the authority over record companies, and in so what way, and what did we approve today?
There are three classes of records that you have authority over. The entry level, as I would call it, are general records. They're the record that you will see at a car lot. You'll see repo companies. You'll see typically one truck companies. They are companies that work for mechanics and that sort of thing. They're the sort of ones that you would call and say, hey, would you come tow my car? Then you have the second class would be non-consent towing. Non-consent towing is a tow where the owner of the vehicle is not aware that it's being towed. It could be a vehicle that the police would tow off of the public right-of-way, or if someone, and I'll make it a simplified, if they park in your driveway and you don't want them to be there, you call a company that's licensed as non-consent, and they will come and tow your car. They do not, the police do non-consent off of the street. We cannot do, you can't do it off the street. But if they're on private property, we see this in parking garages and parking, both the structures and the just regular parking lots. The final one is emergency records. The county is divided into about 14 different zones. In those zones is each assigned to a record company that's responsive. The record companies have to respond to police calls, and that's the primary thing they would do. But they would also respond to any other governmental need. The goal there is to make sure that there's always records available to clear the street, clean the street, and get them removed. We hold them to a higher level of standard. We hold them to higher levels of insurance, and we have expectations of them that we don't have. We also, the commission has the authority to establish the record fees that the emergency records charge and the non-consent tolls are. You do not have the authority to establish any rates over the general records. The others you do.
And the new record company applications we approved today are in which of the three categories?
They're all general records.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fields.
Yes, sir.
Now, I see we also have a review, Shardy Inc., doing business as Fabulous name change. Do we need to take that one up individually?
It is a name change. In order to make a change, in order for them to change the face of their application, you have to approve it. They have filled out their application, and they'd like to change their name to New Air Transportation.
See any problems with that?
No, sir.
All right. Then, do the commissioners have any questions about the name change for Fabulous or Review Shardy to New Era Transportation? If not, is there a motion on the table?
Move to approve the name change from Shardy Inc., doing business as Fabulous to New Era Transportation.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes, and I'm kind of glad to see it's New Era Transportation instead of Fabulous names. All right, Mr. Fields, the next thing on our agenda is entertainment transportation. I know that's one of the areas that we always like to take up here.
It is certainly your most recent addition to your responsibilities, but it's certainly it is becoming one of the more important ones. Mr. Roy Bell, who's present, as well as a representative of the company that would like to hire him, in making his application, he neglected to include some charges. He's going to be able to be here to answer questions from you. Had they all been listed, there would not have been, from a review standpoint, they would not have been disqualifying, but by failing to do so, you require appearance in front of the commission.
All right. That's Roy Bell Brown.
Yes, sir.
All right, is Mr. Brown here? You want to come up to the podium, please? Mr. Brown, would you introduce yourself and just tell us why you're here today, from your perspective?
From my perspective,
No, your name first.
my name is Roy Bell Brown. I'm just here to get a permit to continue working in the entertainment transportation. And I did make a mistake on that form. Apologize for it. I misunderstood the question. I redone it, my fingerprints done and all that. So I'm here to get a permit to continue to work.
Mr. Brown, you said to continue to work. Are you currently,
Yes, sir.
well, I didn't get done with the question yet, but go ahead. What did you just think you just answered yes or to? What was the question?
I'll let you finish. Apologize.
Oh, I'm waiting to see what you're agreeing to already. Are you working already in the entertainment transportation? Are you driving?
Yes, but not during this time. I am still employed.
If I may, Grayline
Thank
has a couple of levels of transportation. They have some that are outside your authority. The ETs and the sightseeing is specifically what he's asking for. I'm assuming, based on what I understand, and their leader is here, who could certainly answer, but I suspect he's driving one of the larger buses that is a transportation bus rather than an entertainment transportation bus.
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I'm entertainment transportation. That's what I drive.
Then I'm confused.
Well, you're not supposed to be driving entertainment transportation yet.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not driving now, but just waiting for this to be completed, I guess.
manager's present. He could
All
probably
right.
explain it.
I'm sorry if I'm not giving you the,
That's all right. Slide to the right a little bit and let your manager come in. Would you introduce yourself and help us understand what we're?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Derek Free. I'm Executive Vice President and General Counsel for Gray Line of Tennessee. Mr. Brown has been employed for 10 years with Gray Line in a few different roles. Started out as a airport shuttle driver, I believe, and then has been with our sightseeing division for the last 8 years until the new requirement for the new entertainment transportation regime has come in. There was not a requirement for a permit for those drivers. And ever since Mr. Brown's permit was not approved at the staff level, he has not been working in entertainment transportation for us. He is a trolley driver, a minibus driver, also narrates some tours, I believe. Has been with us for 10 years. Prior to that, he was a 20-year employee with Metropolitan Transit Authority, now WeGo here at Metro. So he's been in the passenger transportation, has been customer facing for 30 years now. Yeah, over 30 years now. And we certainly support his application for a permit. Being a 10-year employee with us in the hospitality world, that's a pretty big deal. And so we would sure like to keep him with. He and I have talked about the importance of full disclosure on the forms. His reading was mistaken.
Wait, I'm going to interrupt you. You said you and Mr. Brown discussed full disclosure when filling out the application. Hold on. Was it before or after Mr. Fields and the staff notified him that he had been incomplete in his application process?
It was after it was alerted to me that his background check did not comport with his application. And so his misread, as I understand it, I'll let him speak for himself, was his understanding was that there are charges that were expunged that he did not believe at the time that he necessarily had to disclose, although he has, well, and then after rereading the application, it's very clear that expunged, not expunged, all charges needed to be disclosed. And so he recompleted the application after that fact, resubmitted himself to fingerprinting again after that fact, and I'm very appreciative of the staff that has worked with him to get his application in good order.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, I have a couple questions. When you
Yes,
filled
sir.
out your application, you did read the section about listing all violations of the law, whether convicted, expunged, or just arrested, right?
I
You-
read the top part of it. Yeah.
Okay. And you did fill in you did answer it with 3 things that you said would be in compliance with that answer, right?
Right.
Illegal right turn, number 2, parking ticket, number 3, speeding ticket.
That's correct.
You left out your felony convictions, didn't you?
Yes.
And you left out another misdemeanor conviction as well that's very similar to the felony conviction, right?
Misdemeanors, yes.
All right. And the felony conviction was for child abuse,
That's correct.
and the other misdemeanor case was another child abuse.
I believe that's correct.
All right. Well, you said you came back in and refilled out correctly, right?
Yes, sir.
And then there was another charge, a misdemeanor charge of assault, right?
That's right.
All right. Now, I have a hard time understanding why you would think you didn't have to put down a serious felony conviction when answering this application.
All I can say it's been, I think, like 21 years ago. Blotted out my mind in a way. But at the moment, it's been like just came up. Just came to life. And all that. I just didn't have it in my mind. I just didn't want to think about it. I just kind of left it back there and I just moved forward. qualified citizen, taxpayer, just try to live my life. I want to live it without memory of the past. Just try to let that go and go forward. I apologize, it did happen. I should have wrote it down, but at the moment, it's different. I did think about it. And that's the truth.
You heard Mr. Fields state that if you had disclosed this, you wouldn't be here. We talked about the child abuse misdemeanor, the child abuse felony. We also have here the assault that we talked about just a moment ago.
Yes, sir.
There were some other misdemeanor charges that you were against you as well, weren't there?
I believe so.
Criminal impersonation,
That wasn't me.
that wasn't you.
No, sir.
All right. Were you charged also with harboring an escaped fugitive?
That's what the report says. I didn't harbor anybody. If that person, I don't know.
Just were you charged with that?
No,
You weren't?
not that I know of.
In 1987?
I believe it was around 1987.
What was around 1987?
I mean,
I'm not asking if you did or not. I'm asking if you were charged or not.
not that I know of.
Do you understand what the word charged means necessarily in this context?
Yeah,
Did somebody allege, did somebody say that you did this?
yes, alleged.
And you got arrested for it.
Yes,
All right. That's what I'm asking when I say charged. You understand that, don't you?
yes.
Why are you not answering my question straight up when I ask you, were you charged with criminal impersonation and harboring an escaped fugitive today?
Because I think it sounds like I did something like that, and I didn't do it. I did not harbor anybody. I was charged.
And those were not put down on your application.
Not that I know of.
Would you like? I already went over the three things you did.
Sir, I seen it.
You were arrested.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just a question for Mr. Fields, perhaps. Those items that were left off that have been now put on the application, are any of those Mr. Brown having a
different permits. What is? 5 years. So. Well, Mr. Brown, I've been putting you under kind of under the microscope in some cross questions. Primarily because you're evading my questions. Now I want to ask you, tell us why we should approve your permit.
Hard burger. I will make a law. I've been just getting a license for 30 years, and there's been no problem since. I don't cause it any problem in the future. Just want to work 5 more years. The driver will be the payment. And just 5 more years and just get my social security and just standing by the gray line. And the standings. And 5 more years.
That's a good question. Now, apologize, I forgot your last name again. Mr. Free, were you aware of all these different convictions or charges and arrests that I've through here?
Not prior to the original application being declined by staff.
And you're now aware that Mr. Brown is a convicted felon? Are you still, is your company, Greyhound, still willing to employ him if he's granted a permit?
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Brown, all I can speak to is what we've experienced with Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown's been a good employee with Greyline for 10 years. Prior to that, with the city, we've not had any issues at all. His direct supervisor's here with me today, Chris Heath, who manages our sightseeing division. She's not had any issues with Mr. Brown at all. So I am now aware. I also appreciate the mistake that was made and him failing to disclose that. And so, yes, Greyline is very much willing to continue with Mr. Brown, subject to this commission's approval.
Any commissioners have some questions of either Mr. Brown or Mr. Free?
I have a question or two. All these misdemeanors or traffic violations, I assume those occurred on a personal vehicle and not a corporate vehicle? If I read this right, there was a speeding and you said 19 and 17 and.
Yeah, that's true. My personal vehicle. And I think the right turn, the illegal right turn was with the company vehicle.
And then I got a little confused on both.
Entertainment.
It's part of the entertainment, transportation, the new regime, and we're on the sightseeing side. So there's the entertainment vehicles and the sightseeing vehicles. We are strictly on the sightseeing side. We don't allow alcohol in vehicles. Everybody sits down, everybody stays in their seats. So it's on the sightseeing side.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, I just find it rather suspicious that you gave us notice in your first application of some very minor traffic tickets that, as we've heard now, were on your personal vehicle, and you ignored or forgot to tell us about serious felony and serious misdemeanor charges. I do applaud this commission, though, that people who have felony convictions often are granted permits and able to get back in the workforce. There's so few jobs available for people who with felony convictions out there that I've said it many times. I applaud this commission because we give people a second chance to go back out and work after they've completed their sentence. Just wish you wouldn't be here if you disclosed everything. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or comments or thoughts?
I would be in consideration of support from his employer and completing a correct application.
All right. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of approving Mr. Brown's application for a permit to operate a sightseeing transportation vehicle?
Aye.
Motion's approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Fields, I understand we have 2 disciplinary hearings on today.
Ronnie Stevens, owner operator of ENT Transportation. His letter indicates that you have copies of. There was physical contact. and we felt like you need to have a hearing in front of the commission.
All right,
And I spoke with his attorney. Are you represented as Mr. Holloman, your city attorney? I spoke with his attorney, and they was going to be here for the hearing today. I don't-
are you Mr. Stevenson?
I am, sir.
Would you come to the podium, please? Would you introduce yourself and then, or just state your name, please, and I have a question.
Sure, I'm Ronnie Stevenson.
All right, and you have an attorney? His name or her name? He's 7 minutes out. All right, you'll just have a seat a second then. Well, Mr. Fields, would you recommend we go to the next disciplinary hearing first while we wait on Mr. Holman?
Yes, but I'm not sure the next person is actually here.
That may be easy to deal with.
Mr. McHale, Patty McHale. And not present. He sent a letter, explaining, the circumstance. He can be, certainly can take action. His property knows she may take action. You may also refer to the next meeting. Or take no action.
I was trying to remember what the complaint was on the taxi driver, Mr. Fatty here.
It's one of the issues the public has the right to see. I saw two different instances with inspector's present, we could speak to it, if you like.
So to take no action allows him to operate?
It would unless, you could issue a suspension, if you could suspend it for any period of time. You can revoke a permit, you can place him on probation, which is, often done. You could, place him on probation, require him to, have an administrative meeting with me to, discuss it, as well as with the inspector. A lot of things.
Has not shown up and is for,
The agenda, I think, to see if Mr. Hoffman gets here, then you can have that and move him to the heel of the.
we're getting pretty close to the heel of the agenda already. And we don't know why Mr. McHale hasn't shown up. All right. And typically, on a failure to display a permit, what's your recommendation and the action of the commission in the past?
Recommendation, when it's a licensed driver, but it's not, on display, we would probably ask for a period of, suspension and, probation. Not necessarily a long suspension, but certainly some level of suspension to, help him understand that that permit has to be present, in the taxi cab, because the public has the right to know that. And, when the inspector comes to your car and says, I want to see your permit, I want to see your license, I want to see your manifest, I want to see whatever it is that we have authority to ask for, that needs to be recognized, they need to display.
I think sometimes we would do like a week suspension and 30 days probation, but in nature, yeah. We call the inspector up, please. How's your foot?
Steel toe boots, so I'm all right.
Oh, really? Okay.
I highly recommend it.
I never would have suspected that was a requirement for your job.
I got it just in case, but I'm pretty glad that I was on the safe side of the battle.
For good man, it's not actually the first time it's happened. We're very close in the streets.
It's still, are they a requirement?
Not required, they're available with
All right, would you state your name, please? And the commission would like to hear a little bit about this incident.
I have the details here.
Oh, Yeah. I'm gonna have to swear you in, okay? All right. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Now, were you wearing that uniform when you were approaching Mr. McHale?
On the street.
Good.
But, it was Saturday night, January, was parked at, Third Avenue South and Broadway. And, that whole area is a, no parking, Friday night, that is pretty, heavily trafficked, Ubers, Lyft, and taxis trying to pull up there and wait for rides, things like that. It's a one-way street, and where they pull up to is a turn lane, but it's no parking. They'll stop, turn on their hazards, stand in the middle of the road, wait for their rides. So it's just one way in both directions. So as soon as you get one person that is, pulling over for a ride or stopped in a parking area, it can start to, choke stuff up down the street. They'll get backed up all the way through Lumberton or next to Luke Bryan's, pull right there next to that Italian restaurant. So we get backed up all the way across Broadway. So that's the area on Friday and Saturday night. I try to go by. Usually I stay there for about an hour just to make sure they see me, they know that they can't stop there or anything like that. I just got back from my lunch break. I came pulling up over there, and my cab was pull over and park in the no parking area. I pulled over where I was in park and walked up to the cab. His passenger window was down, and as I came up, I saw that he didn't have his permit displayed either. So I asked where his permit was. He was shuffling around looking for it. Ended up finding it. So he put it up there. He said that for the whole time that I didn't have a photograph, but not being there, so I can't prove it. So I asked him for his license and that permit. He said, why? I said, I had to issue a citation for the violation, no permit showing, and parking in a no parking area. He refused. Went back and forth a couple minutes with him. He just kept refusing. So I spoke with one of the ADS security guys that help the patrons cross the street over there on Friday and Saturday nights, if they would be able to send an officer over. A police officer came over, and I asked if he could assist me with getting the driver's license and the permit. The officer told me he had to go make sure that he was able to do that for me. So he had left. He told us to wait there. He'll be back. So I went back to the car. I was standing, kind of leaning on the driver's side, just waiting for the officer to get back. He started rolling up the window with my arm on the seal. At that point, I let him know that, this was going to be a simple ticket, and now you're going to have to go in front of the commission. And he just was saying that I had pulled him over, and he was parked pulled over on the side of the road, so there was no pullover. Once that had happened, I went in front of the car looking for the officer. We had gone back and forth. He was trying to pull out, and I turned around and told him, hey, the police officer told me here. So I went out at the over and talked to him, let him know you're making it. Something. I was standing on the driver's side at the front panel, so I mean, wearing this, standing there, I was seen, and he put it in drive and drove up my boot and stopped the car with the tire on my shin. I was telling him to back up, to get off of my foot. Once that happened is when I walked my car, got my camera, so I could get pictures of his driver's permit and his license plate number with his cab number as he had driven off.
Wow, what an evening.
That's a
And I'm not
usual,
minimizing the situation. I'm just, so he actually pulled up on your foot and stayed there.
yes.
How long?
Couple seconds, long enough for me to yell up there to get off of my foot.
Mm.
So
Do you think, and is it your opinion it was intentional?
I mean, you could see me, I can't sit there and tell you what his intention was. I don't know if he was just putting it in drive and trying to get out of there. I can't, I don't know what he was thinking at that given moment. But I do know he drove up my boot and stopped on my chin and basically stopped there for a couple seconds until I told him to back off. Like I said, once he did that, I went back to my car, got my camera so I can get pictures of the taxi number, his driver's permit, and his license plate.
He drove off before you could get all that?
No, he pulled off to drive away, but the Third Avenue on a Friday, Saturday night, and plus the crossing guards hadn't let the traffic go through Broadway yet, so I had time to get my camera, take the pictures before he was able to drive off.
Questions? Other questions?
Question for Mr. Russell. Prior to
Let's see, it was November the 27th. I had an encounter with him. I believe his permit wasn't displayed again this time. We were right on Broadway, right before Fifth Avenue. We were in front of Tootsie's in the loading zone. And I had asked him for his permit and his license and his permit, and he was telling me he wasn't going to give it. Once again, I asked him again. He said, I'm not giving it. And so he cut across Broadway and basically parked in the loading zone across the street and was yelling at me to why don't I come over there and get his permit now? And yeah.
not display a permit. Sorry, what would be the reason somebody wouldn't display?
The only reason a cab driver typically will give you, and I've certainly been on the streets and asked them many times, they're afraid somebody's gonna steal. And in the past, that actually happened. If you're in New York and other cities where they use shields, permits or, and I'm not outlying, I'm just saying, they're in a protected case. We do not require shields or protected cases. We generally recommend that they put them on their visor, turn their visor down, and where it really can't be reached unless somebody wants to reach it. Many of them take, Velcro, others actually take duct tape or a packing tape and tape it to the dashboard in front. So, it's a cab, we ask that, so, those are the kind of excuses that are given. There is no real excuse for not displaying the permit one way or the other. They come and we'll give them up.
Was there any disciplinary hearing or disciplinary actions on November 27th or December 9th?
Citations issued.
Citations were issued. December the 9th, when I approached him, he didn't have his rate schedule or his passenger bill of rights displayed in the cab. That one on December 9th, he gave me his ID, there was no problems. He gave me his ID, I issued the citations. I let him know that if he showed me that he had those stickers in his cab for his passengers, I went ahead and dismissed the citations. I told him I just wanted compliance. You don't need to get cited. I saw that he was in compliance. He'd got those stickers. So it was dismissed when it came to environmental court. So-
Our role in inspection is, and for our compliance staff, it is compliance. Their role is ambassadors, trying to reach compliance. And that's what we work with them on, and that's what we ask all of our drivers and our companies to do, just comply with what the rules are. They know the rules because they sign the application. If you're a company owner, you sign it, and then you sign it as you drive. I didn't mean to cut you off, I apologize for that.
Mr. Russell, did I hear correctly? You said that on the November 27th incident, citations were issued or not issued?
They were issued and sent through the mail,
Sent to-
mailed out to him.
Okay. Do you know the resolution of those?
He went to court and I believe he was found guilty.
Okay. And just for edification of the situation, citations that are issued by you go to the environmental court, right?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
That's just where the Metro citations
Right.
go.
No,
That's where they go for the taxi cabs, anything licensed through us that gets the Metro citations, the taxi cabs, the limousines, the party buses, the pedal taverns, anything like that, get the Metro citations that go to the environmental court.
instead of the general sessions court?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Russell.
No problem.
Well, why don't I start the discussion with, do we want to go ahead and take some action on Mr. McHale's disciplinary complaint here today?
I would be in favor of that.
Reading through the Article 672-180. We can place him on probation, suspension, or revocation, and we can appeal. Not sending written request to the DLC within 30 days. Is that right? Tim Billings' letter. Mr. Field's letter. In the agenda.
That's right.
672-180.
Yeah, the Transportation License Commissioner or Director is authorized to place on probation, suspend, or revoke any driver's permit issued within this article under a driver, upon the driver's failure or refuse to comply with the provision of this chapter or the tax code rule and regulation. Upon being placed on probation, suspension, or revocation, appeals can be made to the Transportation License Commissioner by filing a written request within 30 days. That the latter part is if I were to take the action. If you were to place him on probation, suspend, or revoke, he would be actually filing with, through Chancery or Circuit Court as for a writ of certiorari.
Yes.
So that the appeal only applies to actions that I may take.
Ms. Costonis, do we run any, or do we put our ruling today in jeopardy by acting without Mr. McHale present?
I do not think so, as long as he was noticed to be here today. I think,
Okay.
confirm that he was.
Ladies and gentlemen, we always do. I think you certainly could suspend him until, which time he appears in front of the commission for, you could certainly do that. If I suspend him, he would, if I were to suspend him today, his next opportunity would be March 23rd.
To appeal to us if you suspend him, but if we suspend him, he goes to Chancery Court for a writ of certiorari, so.
Have you given any consideration?
Typically, I defer to the commission's actions. We have suspended a few drivers over the years. Typically, we defer back to the commission, depending on, timing and that sort of thing. Again, if it's your request, I'm happy. I feel comfortable based on what information we've had today and your conversation. I'm happy to suspend and give them the opportunity to come in front of the commission next month, if that's what you choose. Or again, I think you can suspend him indefinitely until he appears in front of the commission. There's nothing that I'm aware of in the ordinance would allow you to do that.
So if we suspend him until he can appear before this commission, that eliminates this process of going through the Chancery Court?
No, if the commission makes a decision, the appeals process is by writ of certiorari to Circuit or Chancery Court. If Billy makes the decision as director, the appeal is to you as a board first, and then secondarily, they would still have the opportunity if you appeal the director's suspension to the Circuit Court.
Most likely, if Mr. Fields were to suspend him today, and tell him to appear before us at the next commission meeting, he probably would show up that way and plead his case. If we were to suspend him, I don't know exactly what, I can't read the tea leaves to know what he might or might not do then. You were going to say something?
I'm just wondering if it would, I don't know if this is possible, whether it is possible to suspend him with a requirement that he meet with Mr. Fields for some additional training. And would you have the capacity to end the suspension if he met with you and you felt comfortable with that?
If your action, I'll refer back to the lawyers, but if your action were to be that he would be suspended until such time the director is prepared to place it back into service following additional training, and conversation and counsel, it would be incumbent on me to make sure that happened and be able to come back to you and say, yes, that happened. And his suspension was lifted on such and such. Now, legal staff,
So it may be that what you could do is some combination of suspension and probation. Probation can have conditions to it, like a lot of times y'all will make drug tests a condition of probation or something like that. So, like, I don't see any reason, we've never done it before, but I don't see any reason why you couldn't do a suspension for a period that would end upon the director's discretion that it is appropriate to do so. I suppose that could almost be forever, potentially, though, so that might be something that they might see as something that they could appeal from, but Billy's actually pretty reasonable to deal with, so hopefully not. But like I said, the probation, like, what you could do is do a longer period of probation, perhaps, and like suspend the suspension for part of the probation, assuming he follows conditions that Mr. Fields is satisfied with.
The one thing I would like to do is I'd like to see Mr. McHale appear here before this commission and assess his demeanor and his credibility. He's on 3 strikes here, on 27th, the 9th, and then January 21st. And frankly, he's assaulted our inspector. I would like to see what Mr. McHale's attitude and demeanor is as he appears before us, before making a decision of whether to suspend him with probation or whether just to revoke him. But I would want to suspend him until he appears before us.
and I think I'd recommend that you do a suspension. You can suspend, I think, for the period of of his license. You obviously can't suspend for life. But you could suspend it until which time it expires. It expires September the 30th. So within that, between now and September 30th, you could suspend it until September 30th. And with the requirement, if he wants to get out of a suspension or be considered for having the suspension removed, he has to appear in front of the commission to describe the incident and deal with it. We'll certainly notify the cab company today, and he'll be off the grid today.
I would also like Mr. Russell to be present when Mr. McHale shows up to see if Mr. McHale's even interested in apologizing to him.
Mr. Russell,
I don't get to make a motion today, and I don't get to vote, but that's just my visceral feeling about the matter.
I'll make a motion to suspend his permit or his license until which time he appears before this commission.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Mr. Fields, you'll notify the cab company, and you'll also notify Mr. McHale in writing, right?
we'll do that.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Russell, stay in touch with Mr. Fields so that should Mr. McHale decide he wants to come before this commission, then Mr. Fields can let you know, and we'll have everybody here again. Okay.
Mr. Russell will be happy to be present.
All right. I think Mr. Stevens' attorney has shown up. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you, members.
Well, hold on one second. Mr. Fields, did you have a suggestion on how to proceed with this disciplinary hearing on on Ronnie Stevens?
I think I'm going to defer again to our legal counsel to be able to ask questions and direct what this is. This is a very serious situation, and want to make sure that he has full hearing and opportunity to respond to anything that we might have.
Okay.
I would say more normally, as you know way better than I do, Chairman McNally, and the prosecution will kind of go first, and then the defense will respond. So Mr. Russell is again the witness in this case as well. So I would invite Mr. Russell up to the podium if that's acceptable to the commission.
And I assume he's still sworn and is
I would swear.
again,
Yeah, I will.
just swear.
Yes, swear him again, just to be on the safe
Just so
side.
we're real clear for the record, would you please just give us your name so we know who you were when you were beginning?
Sure. Jason Holloman, and I'm here today on behalf of Mr. Ronnie Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Ms. Costones, you want to call Mr. Russell first, and then we'll go forward, okay?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Russell, would you please come to the podium again, and I need you to be sworn in again, okay?
No problem.
All right, now we're opening the disciplinary hearing of Ronnie Stevens with B&T Transportation LLC doing business as Party Bus Music City. Mr. Russell, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. All right, Mr. Sonis, are you going to be conducting the direct examination of Mr. Russell?
If that's acceptable. So, just to divide and conquer, kind of, I mean, if the commission has questions about this matter, since I'm acting in the prosecutorial role, Ms. Haber is going to act as the objective counsel for the commission itself. So that is how we are dividing up today. Okay, so Mr. Russell, could you tell us about your employment as inspector with the Transportation Licensing Commission, how long you've been working there and what your prior credentials were?
I have been working a compliance inspector too, with transportation licensing. I've been working there since this past July the 25th. Before that, I was a building inspector, code enforcement for the city of Hopkinsville. And then for the 16 years prior to that, I was a code enforcement in California.
And could you tell us about the events of January 6th in the evening involving Mr. Stevenson? What was your interaction with him that night?
Well, it started off, it was January the 6th, and I saw the Party Bus Music City, and it was driving down the loading zone on Broadway. It was heading towards John Lewis Way. Inspector Bowling and myself, we were heading down Broadway in the opposite direction. We had gotten to 3rd, and this was right before they were getting ready to shut Broadway down for, like they do every Friday and Saturday night. We had gotten to 3rd, so we had made a U-turn, and we were going back down Broadway, pretty much our last pass on Broadway for the night until they closed it down. When we had observed the Party Bus Music City driving down the loading zone, we were turning down 4th Street south. We were coming from Demumbrian. We were doing our rounds over on that portion of town before they shut it down. So we made the U-turn, and we were heading towards John Lewis down Broadway. We had gotten to 7th, and we hung a right, and we were heading towards Commerce to pretty much do our last pass down Commerce before we headed to lunch, before they shut Broadway down and we did our nightly festivities. We saw the Party Bus Music City was pulled over at 6th and Commerce, 6th Avenue North in Commerce, which is the no parking area. We pulled over behind them, approached the bus and asked for their driver's license. Mr. Stevenson asked what for. I let him know because I was going to issue citations. They were parked in an area that was no parking. He then proceeded to tell me that he wasn't going to give me his license, that I can issue the citation without it. And I let him know that that's a parking citation, and he was going to get issued a metro citation. Every time I tried voicing that I was an inspector from transportation licensing, I got shouted down. Can't even say shouted, yelling in my face that he's not giving me his license. I had spit and saliva going all over my glasses and my face. That's how close in my face Mr. Stevenson was, letting me know that he wasn't giving me his license and should just issue a citation. I reiterated that he was going to receive a metro citation, that I was an inspector, and every time I went to tell him an inspector with transportation licensing, he started screaming that he's not giving me his license. At that point, he bumped my chest, and I let it be known right there that please don't touch me again. Keep your hand. He didn't have his hands on me, but I said, keep your hands off me. Do not touch me. He continued screaming. At this point, Inspector Bowling, he was in the vehicle.
Can I back you up just a second?
Yes.
Can you explain who Inspector Bowling is?
Inspector Bowling was also a compliance inspector too with transportation licensing. He has since retired. So he was basically showing me the ropes, training me. He was with who I worked with at nights on Broadway and the surrounding areas, doing enforcement of the entertainment vehicles and the transportation down on Broadway. So once Officer Bowling saw that there was contact, he pulled out his phone and started recording the incident. It can be seen on the video, you know, how loud Mr. Stevenson was getting. I mean, once again, screaming. So I wasn't able to issue any Metro citations there at that point because I couldn't get his, license. I didn't have any of his personal information for the citation. Just kept escalating with the screaming. So I then took a step back to start getting pictures of, the bus, the parking area, the license plate. That's when Inspector Bowling came up into the situation. And once he came up, same thing had happened. He got in, Mr. Stevenson got in Officer Bowling's face and was screaming at him. That went on for a few, and it got to the point, people, other citizens walking down the street were stopping, starting, putting in their 2 cents, and the downtown ambassadors stopped, and they were, getting involved. We found it best just to stop the situation, go back to our car, and we went back to the car. We contacted the police department, let them know to send a car out, that we had a situation going on. Mr. Stevenson, he left. He was gone about half an hour, came back again in the bus. He came and he was, walking around the car asking us where the police are, and we let him know they're on their way. That's when Inspector Bowling started recording the situation again. And he walked to my side of the car. We had verbal back and forth between the two of us. At one point, then he got back into the bus and left. Police department got there probably about 15 minutes after he left the second time. We had done the report and everything like that. So that's basically what happened.
So you mentioned a video that Inspector Bowling took. Did you and Mr. Bowling provide that evidence to TLC staff?
Yes, we have that video here. And like I said, this is next to the bus. We're a little bit in front of the sign that says no parking or standing at any time. But yeah, this took place right next to the bus, yes.
Let's stand here so we can see.
As the video begins, could you just please identify it,
Yeah.
tell me whether you recognize this as in fact the video that Mr. Bowling took, assuming you've seen it before.
Yes, ma'am.
So is this a correct video?
Yes, ma'am. And that is Mr. Stevenson here screaming.
What is the camera pointing at?
The camera is pointing at where we were. That sign is blocking me. Trying to see my shirt. You can see Mr. Stevenson's legs over there behind the sign. And those are the downtown ambassadors who pulled over and got involved. And then also at some point you see this citizen walking by that stopped and started kind of giving his input on the situation.
And what else do you see? Do you see a vehicle parked adjacent?
That is the party bus parked right there in the area that is no parking. No parking standing at any time.
Could you tell us exactly where that location is? I think you said before Commerce and
Yeah, that's right at 6th Avenue North and Commerce. it's just a guy sitting there saying we have no right to do nothing. That's for them, you're saying we have no right to do nothing. No, that means you have no right, go by your way.
Okay, is that when the bus departed for the first time?
Yes, that's when it left for the first time. It was gone about 25, 30 minutes, and then it returned after that.
So just to clarify, Mr. Bowling started recording after Mr. Stevenson chest bumped you?
Yes, once he saw it escalate to that, that's when he pulled out his phone and started recording the situation. Because we normally don't ever record our altercation and interactions like that. It never before happened. Usually, when we walk up and we tell them we need their ID for a citation, what they did wrong, every other time. And they might be a little angry that they're gonna get the citation, but they'll give the license. And so we don't ever have to go up and record the whole situation. He didn't pull that up to record until he saw it escalate.
Okay, you mentioned that you also had some still photographs, I believe. You have
Yes.
copies of those that you can provide to Mr. Holloman and Mr. Stevenson and to the commission.
You may just receive them. Mr. Chairman, do you want to just receive them from him?
This first one is just the sign at the location that states, and this is for you. It states, no parking or standing.
I want to just look at it.
Go right ahead.
Okay, can you explain what each of the photographs shows and then can you put them up on the screen? That's great. Thank you so much.
Okay, that first one is the bus pulled over and parked in the no parking area. You can see the back of the sign right there. There says, no parking or standing. The picture that I took from today, I took one of those to get, a daytime shot of it. There is an extra sign on the bottom that's been placed up there that's now, no vending. Means all the vending stuff just got passed. So now there's an additional sign on the bottom, right there at the bottom, for no vending. And the
So
picture
this is
that-
a different picture taken at a different
Yes,
time
that-
of the same
Yeah,
location?
that's the same location.
And was that taken by you?
That was taken by me, yes, same location. The top two signs are what you see on the back side of it. That tree is the same one you saw next, when you saw the side of the party bus. The only new one is that no vending sign because the vending ordinance that just was passed recently. So that was just put up within the past couple days.
Are we looking at the front of the Renaissance Hotel?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right there in front of the Renaissance. Yes, sir. 6th Avenue North and Commerce. And you can see the lines painted right there on the street, the no parking paint, and the sign is also there as well.
Our husband.
And then this picture right here,
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that
Oh,
yet.
okay.
This is of the separate incident. Did you show us all the pictures from the incident on January 6th?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then please proceed to tell us about January 15th.
January 15th, it was 4:52 p.m. I observed the party bus Music City pull over, and it was, it looked as if they were unloading. There was people, standing next to the bus. Either way, I couldn't tell if they were unloading or not, but it was right there at 4th Avenue South and Broadway, just past Luther's next to the Hilton where the meters are always bagged right there. It was pulled over and it was parked next to the bag meters. And so that once again is a violation. So that one I was just doing a parking citation. I was going to do the Metro one, but I didn't have any of his like information on me. And from the incident that had happened just a week before, I wasn't going to go out and start anything. I wasn't going to make any interactions there on the street. I was just going to get everything taken care of and go ahead and mail a notice. When I was behind him, getting the license plate so I could write him the citation, he came up to the window and he banged on my passenger window. I rolled it down and asked if I could help him. And he asked me why I don't need his driver's license this time. And I let him know that right now I'm just doing a parking ticket and I don't need that. Let's see, then he told me to F off and to keep my scared ass in my car. He then walked away and he headed towards Broadway, and once I saw he was out of sight, I walked up to the bus with the parking citation, and I handed it to the woman worker that was, I don't know if she was a bartender or what, but she was on the bus the previous time interaction, so I knew that she had worked there. So I went up and handed her the parking citation. That way it wouldn't be mailed to them. They had it right then and there. There would be no late fees. It wasn't going to be late. They had everything right then and there.
Okay, so you mentioned this was just a parking citation. Your main job description is transportation inspector,
Yes.
but at MDOT, do they cross-train and employ you all also as part of the parking enforcement patrol?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, the majority of our stuff is with with everything that's licensed through transportation and licensing. But if we do see parking violations, certain ones, we can go ahead and issue for that as well. So we can do both of them. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit more about what we see in this picture here? Who took this picture?
That's pictures that I took from my car. And as you can see, that's right there next to the Hilton. Like I said, just on the other side of the alley, right next to Losers, the bar right there. And you can see all the meters down there next to the Hilton. We're all bagged, no parking.
Okay, and you can see the 1 meter in the foreground with the red bag on it. What does it say on the red bag?
Red bag says no parking.
Okay. And there was apparently some construction or something going on there, as you can see from the barriers that were erected?
Yes, there's been construction and some kind of work going on there for the past couple months. But at that time, and last time I drove by there last shift, the meters were still bagged. So they were at the time bagged, and they still are, I believe.
And how long was the vehicle parked there?
When I was heading down 4th Avenue, I saw it parked there, and I had enough time to pull over, write the ticket, had the interaction with Mr. Davidson. He had left. I went up, gave the ticket, and I left. I don't know how much longer it was there, but I know from when I saw it and was writing the ticket and then left, it was around 5 minutes that I saw. Maybe a little bit less, but 5 minutes, 30 seconds, no parking at all. So, and especially with the party buses, they have to load and unload and park in areas designated for them to park. They can't just, pull over and park wherever they want to. Congestion we have, so they have assigned areas where they have to do that.
Okay, thank you. We're done for now.
Mr. Russell, hold on a moment. Bowman may have
I have some questions. How would you like me to stand and ask?
on your feet.
Okay. I'll do that.
I couldn't resist that. Tell you what,
All of it is on.
wherever you're
I'm
comfortable.
gonna stand over here by Mr. Fields.
But it's all right with everybody.
I feel mildly comfortable with Mr.
The
Fields.
vice chair needs to take a 2-minute
Fair enough.
restroom break, comfort break. Thank you. Looks like I'm not the only one.
We want to move this microphone right over here. Is this on? I don't know. Y'all can find it.
I think MNN was having some trouble with the sound earlier.
We have the experts coming. Oh, the one you brought.
Mr. Holman, I think you have some questions for Mr. Russell.
Yes, sir. Just a few questions. And I think you would agree that the source of the conflict between you and Mr. Stevenson escalated when you asked for his driver's license. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And I will tell you, Mr. Stevenson's going to testify in a little while, and I think for the commission, I think that's what got Mr. Stevenson upset, and I think that's what set the tone here. And so when Mr. Stevenson came to me, he asked me about that question, and I've looked through Chapter 677, the Entertainment Transportation Licensing, and I don't find in here where it refers to you as a transportation licensing inspector as being able to ask for a driver's license. Now, I understand that you have traffic or you have parking enforcement. But you would agree, your testimony just a few minutes ago is that you were able to issue a parking ticket without his driver's license. You agree with that?
With a parking ticket, yes, sir. I was able to issue the parking ticket.
And what you issued on the 6th was a parking ticket.
Yes, sir.
So you didn't need his driver's license.
He also has a Metro citation that he's going to be presented with as well. There are other citations. That's what I was trying to let him know, that he was going to receive a Metro citation.
And what was that citation for?
That one was for conduct of the driver of the party bus. Basically, he was parked in an area where he could not be parked.
Is that part of the letter that was sent to Mr. Stevenson here today?
I don't know if that was part of the letter, no.
I'm going to represent to you, and maybe we should put that in this exhibit. I don't think it was put in earlier. But nowhere in the letter that notified him to be here today was there a reference made to that. I'm going to provide you with the letter that was sent to Mr. Stevenson. If you can show me where that's part of what we're here about today, then I'd be happy to discuss it with you. But
So just to clarify, Mr. Russell didn't write that letter, I did.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to read the stipulated, but I don't think that's part of it.
What was the question again?
He's saying that there's a separate violation that he's going to get about conduct of a driver. And
Yes, that is mentioned in the letter.
okay.
That is 677-220. Is that not correct?
There's a let me say this. There's a series of ordinances that are referenced, but some of them are very broad, and there's only one paragraph that identifies any statements. And so I'm going to represent the commission. I think one of the problems we have here today is there's a real lack of notice as to exactly what the basis is of disciplinary action. I'm going to assume it's not just 2 parking tickets. It sounds like from the previous testimony, it is that the inspector feels that Mr. Stevenson was aggressive. But that's nowhere stated in this letter.
It's just
Section 677-220 is mentioned, and specifically items 1, which says a driver shall at all times act in a reasonable, prudent, safe, and courteous manner. And we also, I think, cited section 7, so section 7, which says that a driver shall at all times observe and obey all state and local noise and traffic laws and regulations.
And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that those things aren't in the ordinance. What I'm saying is there's nothing in this letter identifying a way in which that conduct violated this ordinance. And specifically, what led this all off is I don't find anything in the ordinance that requires him to give him his driver's license. It's not in here. I mean, when I look at permit contents and display, which is 677-150B.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
Are we questioning the witness?
Well, I guess I'm sorry. We didn't get
May I finish?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Are we questioning the witness or giving a closing argument?
Well, I wanted to give an opening statement. Didn't, so I apologize for that. But I guess I just wanted to lay a little pathway for what I was trying to discuss with the witness.
As long as we have Mr. Russell up there, could we continue with the examination?
Fair enough, Your Honor. I apologize. I'm gonna ask Mr. Russell then if he's familiar with 677-150. Are you familiar with that provision of the ordinance that you're tasked with enforcing?
Let's see. Yeah, the display of the permit.
Okay, I think just for clarity of the record, would you read Part B to us? It's only 3 lines.
Part B, every driver shall at times conspicuously display a permit either on the clothing of the driver's upper body or within the entertainment transportation vehicle. A driver shall allow the MTLC director, MTLC inspector, or a police officer to examine the permit upon request.
So under that authority, you have the right to ask for Mr. Stevenson's permit, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Stevenson, in fact, offered you his permit, is that correct?
No, sir.
That's not correct.
Not that I heard, no. I mean, I would have heard it, it was getting
If
screamed
it was
in my
said, you
face.
would have heard it, is that your testimony?
If it was told to me, now you have to realize, I had him this far from my face screaming.
Okay,
So
but you feel confident if he said it, you would have heard it?
if he had said anything about his permit, I did not hear it. It did not stick with me. I did not that I recall hear anything about his permit. I was requesting his license because in order to operate an one of the buses, entertainment vehicle, you must have a valid driver's license. So how am I to know that he is able to drive the entertainment bus if he doesn't have a license? If I can't see his license?
Because he has a
how-
permit, right?
Just because he has his permit doesn't mean he has his license on, sir.
Doesn't he have to present a valid driver's license to Mr. Fields in order to obtain that permit?
Well, do I know at that moment in time he had his license?
Doesn't he have an obligation to notify the licensing commission if he has lost his license? Isn't that correct?
I
How would he know who he is without a license? I'm just
Because
curious.
it's on the permit.
But the permit doesn't have a picture. How would he know that he's the permit holder?
Well, he doesn't necessarily even have to be the permit holder. I think that's part of the point. I mean, there are multiple drivers that all have that same permit. And again, the issue is, does he need it for, look, could you write in a requirement? I think you probably have the authority to do that, but it's not in there.
But just to
And-
know that he's the right person, what's wrong with asking for the license? What's wrong with
I don't-
being civil?
I don't think we have to get into whether it's right or wrong. What I'm just demonstrating is that it's not identified as something that Mr. Stevenson has to give. And Mr. Stevenson, based on his own feelings, felt targeted, was apprehensive about giving it, and that made the situation escalate. Now, at the end of the day, could you do that? Potentially. But did Mr. Stevenson have a reasonable belief that he was not required to? I believe that your ordinance absolutely says that. So, and with that, if I can show the video that Mr. Stevenson took, I want to ask you a few questions based on what you just testified to.
I'm with you. I'm telling my wife so we got to April the 22nd, the 15th before the deadline, right? Yeah, I'm gonna talk all this. So when you ask me for my drive, you just throw me off. I'm like, what did I start? Why do you need my license? So before you try to do that, you try to back your mind and say, hey, right. That's what he said. You introduced yourself, right? I said, hey, I was able to talk to you. That's all. They took your documents, so I'll just leave.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to apologize. This was a kind of previous incident that was what led to this. I'm a little student, but I'm happy to continue.
$5,000 transfer, $1,000 for us, I'll give you $500 for the application,
it gets inaudible right there. Can you stop for me?
TV?
Just for clarification, this has nothing to do with what we're here today about, right?
Well, this is not that particular incident. It was my understanding this was that day. This is a
There's two
prior.
incidents. This is not January 6th and
That's-
not January 15th.
That's correct.
This, because I didn't recognize anybody.
No, that's right. I had understood this was, when he said the previous incident, this was the 6th. It is actually prior to the 6th, that he was previously asked for his license
With other inspectors.
with other inspectors.
Asked for his driver's
Actually
license.
appeared to be Metro Police.
One of them was policeman, one of them
Yeah.
was an inspector. It was an inspector, it was an inspector that was going around with a police officer prior to the September 6th date.
September 6th.
January 6th.
January 6th, I'm sorry. January 6th.
So prior to January 6th, Mr. Russell had this particular incident that we just saw with a Metro police officer and an inspector, a TLC
Not
inspector.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell. No,
Mr. Stevens.
Mr. Stevenson, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Stevenson had this prior incident with a Metropolitan police officer and an inspector with TLC, and one or both of them asked him for his driver's license.
The inspector did.
The inspector did, okay.
With,
But it has
with
no-
the police officer.
With the police officer present. And the police officer, by the way, if you wanted to watch the whole thing, does not ask for his license and does not seek his license in any point. Which I'm happy to let Mr. Stevenson during his testimony explain that, but I think it will give some.
I'm just making sure that,
No, I understand. I was understanding. I just got this video today myself.
so where are we now?
Let me return back and then just ask you again. I think that you covered this, but you were able to write the traffic ticket without his license. Is that correct?
The parking
The
ticket.
parking
The
ticket.
traffic ticket.
The parking ticket.
I was able to write the parking ticket, yes, sir.
Okay. And you agree that from time to time, the permit holders are perhaps going to get parking tickets. Is that right?
There are times, yes.
But that's the basis that you're concerned about and what we're here about for disciplinary proceedings. What do you base that on? Is that solely the negative comments that were made to you by Mr. Stevenson?
No, I issue parking citations along with the Metro ones for everything licensed with it. If you're parked in an area where you shouldn't be parked, where it's a parking violation, you get a parking citation.
And those are resolved in general sessions court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are not resolved here.
No,
Okay, so what is the basis of the disciplinary proceeding here today? Not the parking citations.
the basis for it.
Yeah, why are we here on disciplinary
The
here?
conduct of the driver.
Okay, and describe that. What is the conduct specifically?
When a driver makes contact with an inspector, right there, that's conduct I don't think is, I mean, first off, once.
When you say contact, you mean physical contact?
Yeah, I mean, physical contact.
Okay. And can you demonstrate for us exactly how Mr. Stevenson made contact with
When
you?
he came down and was once again screaming, wasn't yelling, it wasn't his voice was high, screaming in my face, and you bumped my chest. And I let him know right when that happened.
With what part of his body did he bump?
Chest to chest.
He
Mr.
bumped you?
Holland,
Yes.
But in addition, I mean, it's not just the conduct, right, that we're here to talk about today.
Right.
It's unloading and loading in a place that he's not permitted to.
Well,
We don't permit, we set rules about loading and unloading,
right.
and he was loading and unloading in a place that he wasn't allowed to. We want to know about that.
No, I-
All of the ETVs,
I
we don't want them loading and unloading in the wrong spot.
I understand. And
Right.
Mr. Stevenson going to address some of that as well.
And that's what we're here. I mean, there are a lot of reasons we're here. We want to be able to hear these. We don't like, I mean, I don't know how everybody feels about them on the street. Nashvillians aren't psyched about them.
I believe me.
You're one of them.
I've
I mean-
lived here my whole life. I know. I understand. I just want to separate out. I mean, we also do have a process for parking tickets, and I understand that in the aggregate they can be a concern. And I think
And so there's a process with a parking ticket.
Right.
Right, that goes through a court, but there's also a process with us that if you break the rules that we set, which are loading and unloading,
Right.
we can revoke or suspend
understand.
that ETV license.
Understand.
So you're asking him a question, but from our perspective, the reason you're here,
Right.
your client loaded and unloaded in the wrong spot aside from disrespecting them.
Well, and I think that's what I mean. Honestly, when I read the letter, I can't really tell that. And that's what I want to know is it the parking violation?
Page 2.
Well, I
Page
mean,
2.
it
Section 070D.
It cites a bunch of regulations, but it doesn't have a nexus of facts. It doesn't say, it just simply cites a whole bunch of ordinances.
ETV may load and unload in locations in the public right of way approved by the Metropolitan government. We got video of him unloading and loading in the wrong spot.
He's not here to dispute that. I understand that. What I'm saying is it is unclear to me when I read that letter, is that the basis of disciplinary action? I'm hearing from the vice chairman it is. But before we got here today, it was my understanding from trying to pick apart that letter that it was really more about the disrespecting the officer. And Mr. Stevenson very much disagrees with some of the testimony here, which he'll testify to.
This puts me in a little bit of an awkward position because I wrote the letter. So I don't want to turn myself into a witness, but I believe that the letter does set out multiple different sections of the code that Mr. Stevenson needs to be prepared to come here and defend himself.
It doesn't say,
About.
it only cites sections of the ordinance, and I'm not trying to.
Yeah, and it
But it
doesn't,
doesn't say in what way any of them were violated.
and it doesn't cite all of
677,
677. It cites isolated sections that are applicable, and he, I'm sure, remembers the incident and knows what happened.
He clearly was not courteous. Right? Like, we cite that in the letter. He
Yeah.
was not courteous. He loaded and unloaded the wrong spot.
Fair enough, and maybe we should move on and hear from Mr. Stevenson. I'm happy to do that.
Right? You're drilling our guy.
Well, and that's what an evidentiary hearing is about, I mean, respectfully. But I do want to ask, as to the second violation before you step down, I think you testified earlier that the bag referred to no parking. Is that right? It doesn't have a,
No parking.
but it's not a no standing zone there.
But buses are not permitted to load and unload there, the parking buses.
And based on what?
Based on the information, everything that they signed when they got their permit, when they started their full process.
So not based on a city code enforcement, but based on a condition of their licensure. Is that right?
They cannot load and unload except for areas designated to load and unload.
As a condition of
And
their permit.
And that area with the bag meters is not an area that was designated for the party buses to load and unload.
Okay, I guess what I was just asking about there is that that's a condition of their permit. That's not per the city code. In other words, I, as a private citizen, can drop someone off there at a bagged parking meter because it doesn't say no standing. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I feel like Mr. Holloman is trying to make legal arguments with a fact witness, and I feel like I'm the appropriate person to respond to his arguments and not the inspector.
You can testify to what you put in the citation. That's what I'm asking.
But
Like I said, I wrote the letter. He did not write the letter. He had not seen it before today.
All right, I think you've asked your question, and
Yeah,
I think Mr. Russell's tried to answer it as best as possible. If I may ask Mr. Russell a question, though.
Yes, sir.
You stated that on the January 15th incident, you were in your vehicle and you wrote a citation for a parking violation. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir.
And I thought I understood you to say that you were not going to have contact with Mr. Stevenson because of the incident that had occurred the week before.
Yes, sir.
So you were not going to have his driver's license to be able to write a different type of citation for parking violation, correct?
Yes, sir. I was not even.
Hold on. I'm just yes or no on this part, then I'll let you explain for me a second. So do you have in your car or in your possession or something alternative citations that you can write for parking violation?
I have the parking citations on me, and I have the metro citations for everything licensed with this as well. I have them both
Okay.
with me in my vehicle.
So one of the questions put to you was about whether something is a metro violation or a TLC permit violation, right? You heard that several times?
We're parking or the metro, yes.
So there are different types of citations that you can write for parking violations, one of which requires you to have a driver's license of the operator of the vehicle.
Where I need his personal information, yes, sir.
All right, and that citation is what?
That is the metro citation. The parking citation, all I need is his license plate number from the back.
Okay.
So when I pulled behind, I was able to write the parking one with the license plate info.
And these two different types of parking violation citations, do they all go to the same general sessions court, or do they go different?
No, the metro citations go to environmental court,
Okay,
yes. And the parking ones go to the
Traffic
court.
all right. And that's what we talked a little bit about before, I think on the other case, the difference between going to environmental court for or for citations that are in one manner, and then general sessions court for citations in the other manner.
Yes, sir.
So on occasion, you might need somebody's driver's license to write what you might deem to be the appropriate citation for a parking violation.
For the metro citations, yes, sir, because I write metros for everything licensed through us. And when they basically sign the paper to get their permit with us, all that stuff is stated in the permit. Their route, like where you can and can't park, all the loading and unloading rules, and all the rules that they have to go by are different than just the normal parking tickets. They don't, sign with transportation licensing stating that they read all the rules and they know all of, everything they have to abide by. So the parking tickets are just the general public.
On a different topic, if you were coming before Mr. Fields for disciplinary action for being unreasonably, or not being prudent, safe, or courteous, would you understand what that meant?
Yes, sir.
And if he told you there was a specific date or time, you might have an idea of what you were to defend, right? Thank you.
Let's call Mr. Stevenson.
Let me have a seat, Mr. Russell.
Well, actually, I apologize. I don't know if Mr. Stone has other witnesses. It's her proof.
No, but I would like to question Mr. Russell a little bit further on rebuttal. Because I stated that as though it were a fact and I'm not a witness under oath. Had you in fact seen that letter of February 8th, 2023 prior to this hearing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So if you look through the code sections that are listed in it, the first one is 677090, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there is actually language underlined under A1. Could you please read that out loud?
One, it said violated any of the provisions of this chapter or failed to comply with any rule or regulation established by the MTLC.
Okay, so do you understand that to mean that if they violate a rule or regulation of the commission, then they are also violating this code section 677090?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then at the top of the next page, there is a citation to Rule 677-090A1, or 070D of the Entertainment Transportation Company Rules of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission. Do you recognize that rule?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you go ahead and read it for us?
ETV may only load and unload in locations in the public right-of-way approved by the metropolitan government or on private property with the owner's approval.
And is that what you were referring to when you were going back and forth with Mr. Holloman about whether it was properly parked?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the next item is one that Mr. Holloman already went over, 677-150. You didn't ask for the permit in the first instance, but on January 6th, you did ask for the permit?
January 61st one, I went up and asked for the driver's license. I wasn't aware yet if all of the drivers of the entertainment vehicles had all received their permits, just because this is all a program and everything that's just starting to get off of its feet. So I know that every driver of a bus does have a driver's license, but I was not aware which drivers and which company jet drivers had their permits available.
Did you see a permit conspicuously displayed either on his clothing or within the entertainment transportation vehicle?
Not that I saw, no.
Okay. And then we've already kind of talked about 677-220 subsections 1 and 7, but could you read that for us as well?
One is a driver at all times shall act in a responsible, prudent, safe, and courteous manner. And number 7 is observe and obey all state and local noise and traffic laws and regulations.
Okay. And then could you read the next section as well, section 677-380?
compliance with other laws. It shall be a violation of this chapter for the certificate holder or driver to violate any other applicable federal, state, or local law or regulation and offering or providing entertainment, transportation, vehicle services.
So, would you understand that section to mean that if someone violated some other law, say for example, a criminal law prohibiting assault, that they would also be in violation of 677-380?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you and Inspector Bowling, when you were testifying earlier, you called the police and they came, did they take a police report?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a copy of that police report?
I do back it myself. I can go grab it for you.
I can give you more.
Has Mr. Holman had an opportunity to see the police report?
I do not know, but I have a copy for him. Yes. Ask me a question, but. So is that, the one that I just handed you, which is the identical copy to the one I handed Mr. Holloman, is that the same one that you just went and got?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, when you and Mr. Bowling were speaking to the police, and described what had happened to them, how did they characterize what happened? What, behavior or violation did they note in that police report?
If they were questioning if we wanted to file assault charges. And with that, like I said, we just wanted to de-escalate the situation. We wanted to have something in writing for what happened, and we wanted to present it to the commission, being they're the ones that have the authority over the entertainment vehicles and party buses.
So the police would have allowed you to press assault charges, but you chose not to.
They would have allowed it, yes, but we chose not to.
I'm gonna object to, that's fine with the police. You're saying.
This is an informal administrative hearing and we don't follow the rules of evidence.
I do recognize it calls for speculation on the witness's part, but
Yeah.
I don't really think I can sustain the whole rule of objections here today.
Okay. As part of your training, did you become familiar with the Chapter 677 of the Metropolitan Code as well as the entertainment transportation regulations of the commission?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you see those referenced in that letter, you were already aware of all of them and you were thinking about them, or you're always thinking about them when you patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you observe a violation of them, you would use that as a basis to write a citation.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have one question if I can, Sharon. Sure. I just want to be clear, anything that is typed down in this report, there's no police officer that was there at the scene that had firsthand knowledge, correct?
That was the report that we gave to the officer when he arrived on scene.
So anything that's reflected in that report is based on your statements, not based on some determination made by the police? Is that right?
Myself and Inspector Bolton.
But not the police?
No, they're the ones that took down the report, but this is what I gave, with myself and Mr. Bowling,
It's just what came from you?
myself and Mr. Bowling.
Thank you.
Mr. Russell, do you have that report in front of you?
Yes, sir.
If you look at the page 2, paragraph 10 narrative,
Yes, sir.
I know the print's really small, but going to the question that was asked to you about whether the police would have let you go to get a citation for assault or a warrant for assault, am I reading it correctly where about 2/3 of the way down, middle of the page, both victims declined prosecution repeatedly. Officers advised the victims of the DA screening process should they change their mind within the statute timeframe. Victims requested report only. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, the police advised you about DA screening and the statute of limitations timeframe?
Well, they asked if we wanted to, press the, we wanted to prosecute them for the assault charges. Didn't want that, like I said, I just wanted something in writing to present to the committee. So you guys, like I said, you guys are the authority over, the entertainment vehicles, everything like that. I just wanted to present to you guys all of the information, that occurred. So you guys could make whatever judgment you felt necessary.
And this report was not written by you, was it?
No, sir.
Who wrote it?
It was one of the police officers, it was, David Stanley is the one that took the report, and Kimberly Brown, was with him.
Thanks, sir.
On the next slide, it talks about the body camera. Body camera or in-car camera evidence may exist related to the incident.
That was, on the officer was wearing the body camera when he came out and took our statements.
Got it.
So that was what the body camera footage was.
Got it. But that was after the event that occurred. Yep.
Yes, sir. That was about an hour later.
Any further questions of Mr. Russell?
Yeah, I got one. In this narrative, it's stated that Mr. Stevenson chest bumped both of them, meaning, I guess, Inspector Russell and Bowling.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear that earlier in the testimony.
Yes, sir. It was Inspector Bowling as well. I was just speaking for myself and what happened to myself. So that's why I didn't bring up anything with Officer Bowling. Inspector Bowling, sorry.
I think you alluded to it a few minutes earlier that Inspector Bowling has retired. Is that why he's not here today?
Yes, sir.
Anything further? Thank you, Inspector Russell. Any other evidence, Mrs. Kasunis?
Not at this time.
All right. And I don't know, I guess I'll ask Ms. Harper, do we need to introduce the video and the photographs and the report as exhibits to this hearing now? Formally introduce them?
I think that's a good idea, that they could perhaps be attachments to the minutes.
For lack of anybody else asking to do that, I'll move that, what, I'm about to move, I'll designate that a copy of the video, a copy of the photographs that were referred to before, and a copy of the incident report prepared by the Metropolitan Police Department and the letter that's been referred to of February 8, 2023, written to Mr. Stevenson and also signed by Mr. Fields, be all made exhibits to the minutes of this hearing. Mr. Holman, I don't think there's any need to make that previous video you showed, at least at this time.
Not at this time. I'm going to let Mr. Stevenson talk about it and then decide. Are you ready for me to call Mr. Stevenson?
Standing ready.
Okay, very good. Mr. Stevenson, if you approach the microphone.
Ms. Costonis, did the first video, that did not show anything about the parking in front of the Hilton, did it? At 6 then?
No, I think it was, I'll look to Inspector Russell to confirm, but I believe that was only from the January 6th incident and not from the January 15th incident.
Yes, January 6th was the video, the photo of the bus from the back meter, well, I have.
And the 15th was the one in front of the Hilton?
Side of the hill, yes, ma'am, in front of the back meters next to Boosters.
That we have a photograph of.
Yes.
Do you want to swear him in, Mr. Chairman?
Well, you're Ronnie Stevenson?
I am, sir.
All right, Mr. Stevenson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Stevenson, you've been here and heard the testimony today. I think for sake of time, would you just first tell us, I guess I'm going to first ask you about January the 6th, and we may go back and talk about the previous incident. We saw the video, but tell us from your perspective what happened on January the 6th.
Of course,
he stated that, when I had a film crew out that night. We was actually, I just created a new webpage. And we was out, taking still shots and moving shots on the bus. And, so I wasn't offloading it, wasn't nobody on the bus, but, first the film crew was following us. So we got the behind the shots. And then when they parked, they got on the bus to take moving shots going up and down Broadway. We wanted to get some shots, just different still shots of the buildings and stuff. So we wasn't offloading anything like that downtown at that time. When I pulled over, we had just got this new camera. He taught me to get like something like it's called a still camera, the shots that he was taking. And he wanted to show me some of the shots. And I said, okay. At which time, had two inspectors, him and the other guy was still sitting in the car. I noticed the white and yellow lights behind me.
When you pulled over?
When I pulled over, yes, sir. And when he came to the door,
Was it to pull over in a lane of traffic to stop? It was
no, I was pulled over exactly where, I'm not disputing where I was pulled over at, where he said I was pulled over at. But I was in the back, it's a bar area, it's a back window, and I saw the lights, the white and yellow lights pull up behind the bus at that time.
So I think what you're saying, and you correct me, but you're saying you had pulled over momentarily to look at this, not to park, not to let anybody off, and then you stayed stopped because you saw the inspector.
When I saw the lights, I came up to the door. He met me at the door, and he said, "You're in the no parking area." I said, "Okay." Didn't want to get this charge. Exact words I said to him, "Okay, write the ticket." All right, write the ticket. That was it. Then he came. He said, "I need your driver license." Driver license. So if you go back to that video, that's why I gave the video. They was being trained at that time with the Metro police officer. And
When you
so-
say, I just want to be sure we're clear for the record.
Mhm.
When you say at that time, you mean that the previous interaction
that I had.
that you had sort of informed your experience, so to speak, here, and caused you to do or say what?
Right.
Could we get a time frame on when that previous incident was that we saw? I'll call it previous video. I don't know that it's necessarily an incident, but previous video, the time frame of when and where. Give us some foundation for that.
When did that occur? When did the video that
I'm
you
gonna have to
gave?
go back and put it up in my.
Approximately.
I would have to scroll down a whole lot to pull it up. I can't.
Okay.
And all I know is when they first got out there, they was assigned an officer to ride with them, and somebody just got in the street with a flashlight and pulled me over. I had about 25 people on there, and they was with an officer. And when they pulled me over, everybody on the bus got off the bus because they didn't come to Nashville to introduce it to meet Metro Police. They all got off the bus, and the guy just said to me, "I'm introducing myself as the MT, whatever officer. Just want to introduce myself to you." I said, "Okay, thank you. I'm Ronnie." Whatever case may be. Then the next thing to come out of his mouth is, "Do you have your driver's license on you?" And I'm saying, "What you need my license for? I thought you were just introducing yourself to me." So we go back and forth, and the police officer was trying to save face to him, just letting him know, he just wanted to write your name down, this and that. I'm like, "But what do you need I'm trying to understand what do you need my license for?" And everybody want to know why I'm so protective of my license. It's because I'm a CDL driver. And everything that you put on my license, it don't come off. It don't come off in 3 and 5 years. So any CDL, if a Metro police officer pull you over and they see that you make a living with your driver license, they more to say, "Hey man, stay straight, slow down," whatever the case may be. They know that's how I make my living. So I'm looking at him like, everything about my license, what is it? I mean, I don't understand why you want my license. So
Let me ask you a follow-up question. So then when the second incident occurred, your concern was that you believed that you were being issued a parking ticket, which didn't require a driver's license.
correct.
And your concern was just in general, you don't like to give up your driver's license unless you have to.
Correct. And that was
And
brought
let
to
me
the
ask you a
committee.
follow, and it was your understanding from, you've also reviewed 6.77, the regulations that you're tasked with understanding
That's right.
as this permit holder. And your understanding from reading that was that you didn't have to give your driver's license. Is that right?
Correct. All I had to do was give him that permit. As long as it's hanging, I have it on me. If he, I know
Okay, well, let me ask you about
that's
that.
permitted.
Right. Did you have your permit?
Yes, I keep it on me.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you offer it to him?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you
I said,
show
you
it
can
to
have this permit, you're not getting my driver's license.
Okay.
Are,
Did you?
are we back on the January 6th incident?
No. Oh, yeah, we're in the 6th. That's what I'm
You
yeah.
consider 6 being the second incident you met?
Well,
you met
there are
Bradford
2 incidents that
second.
are here before you, and I'm
Right.
talking about the first of those incidents.
Okay,
That's why we're confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Second, first, or third.
Yeah,
you know?
right.
I don't know. I guess I'm not clear on how we're
We're not
calling
going
it.
on that
I'm
jump.
going to call it January 6th.
There you go.
I think it'll
Yeah,
be
thank
straightforward. What we're talking about when you were reluctant to give your driver's license was January the 6th. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But you offered the permit at that time. Is that
I
correct?
did.
And did you physically bring it out?
I said, you can have my permit, you cannot have my driver's license.
Okay. And when you offered it to him, did he accept your permit?
He said he wanted my driver's license.
Okay.
He would not come off of that. He said, I need your driver's license.
Okay.
And I said, it's a parking ticket. Why do you need my driver's license? And that was the same incident, just took me back to Mr. Ball. They both sat there, but he told me, go back to the first incident. He stated to me, because the police didn't make him give me my license there. Once that he becomes certified, that I'm gonna have to give him my driver's license. He can come on this bus anytime he wants to. And I'm looking like, okay, way to introduce yourself to me.
And so what you were relying upon was your interaction with the police officer who basically
Correct.
indicated something different.
Mhm.
So in that exchange, understand you're frustrated. Did you touch him?
This is the first I've heard of that. No, I did not touch him. This is the first, it's a made-up story. My witnesses
Okay,
that I have here
we'll
today.
get to that, but I'm just asking you.
No, sir.
Did you put your hands on
I
him?
never touched him.
Did
It was
you-
all about yelling and screaming.
Did you get close enough to him that it is possible that chest to chest
No.
you touched?
No,
You feel confident that you were at a distance?
definitely so. I was upset.
Let me ask you this. If you had the interaction to do over again, would you do it differently?
I guess I would. I see where we at now. Because I'm looking at, it was all about driver. Like, I could not, for the life of me, I'm trying to figure out, if you gave me this permit with my driver license number only, when do I get to use this? If you asking me, I paid $5,000 for this. This is what they issued me. They didn't issue me my driver license. So I'm trying to figure out why he's not, I'm offering him this.
Understand. Okay, so that's the January 6th incident.
Correct.
And so then I believe there were some ambassadors from the Chamber of Commerce that
Correct.
came on the scene. Tell me at what point they came on the scene and what happened with that.
So, I guess it got a little loud and they was on those little, what they call them, swag, whatever you call it, Segway. And they pulled up and, some guy walking by, he stopped and he said, hey, right, man, why did he said, why would he have to give you his license? And he got upset because that guy said something to him. These guys here, it was I guess the other lady, she texted me and said she was on the way home, she's here yet. But, they just said, just leave, just get out. I said, am I free to leave? I wanted to know, am I free to leave? Am I free to leave? Because he kept, I'm gonna call him. I said, what you call? I didn't want to leave the scene for them to just make up a story and I'm not there. So the guy, he convinced me, he said, just leave, just leave. I said, okay, so I left. Then 15, 20 minutes later, I get a call to come back.
And you came back?
I came back. That's why I came back.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and then I think from there, then the citation was issued and you went on your way that time. Is that
No,
correct?
they never.
They never
gave me
issued
the
citation.
I wouldn't even, I just got it from court. I wouldn't go.
Okay. You didn't get
to the
anything.
section.
You didn't get anything that night.
Mm-mm.
All right. So then, tell me about January the 15th. From your perspective, what happened that day?
On the 15th, the bag said no parking. It did not say no standing. On this day here, I had about 12 to 15 young ladies. And so they asked, it's like everybody, they Uber, because this commission told me when they gave me my license that I could not board making a loading zone downtown because I was picking up in Lonnie's. And I said, okay. So I went on the outskirts and everybody has to Uber to me now, right? But one of the requests they asked if we could be dropped off downtown, right? So I'm like, yeah, that's not a problem. So, I called Billy, I even talked to the guy, where can we let off at? Billy said, well, you can let off up there by, one of them said, you can let off up there by, on Fifth Avenue, by the, food court area. I said, okay. So, I thought about it, I'm like, wait a minute, I went on Second Avenue, and I'm seeing nothing has changed. Everybody is loading and unloading on Second Avenue. So why did I have to give up my location? What I was paying and doing everything they asked me to do. So when I was on Fourth Avenue, the only thing that bag said was no parking, stop zone. And I offloaded right there, and I mean, I wasn't even there 1 minute, and he was writing me a ticket. That's
So
it.
at the time, you thought you were able to offload there, as long as you weren't parked there.
As long as it didn't say no standing.
But you understand now that there are designated areas.
Because the other area where he wrote the ticket at, it said no standing. And I thought, all right, just write me the ticket, man.
And so you thought that because it didn't include no standing,
Right.
that you were within an authorized area.
Right. We have not gotten a list to say, this is where you're supposed to offload at, this is where you're supposed to offload at. There's no list that exists like that. We have not gotten no email saying nothing like that. They just told me in the very beginning to get my license that I could not pick up downtown. I had to find another place to pick up at. That was it.
I understand. So tell me then about what happened when he appeared.
When he came up there, he just kept on.
Well, did you come back to his car? Or did he come to you?
Oh, you talking about the second
The
time?
second instance.
The second time, when I came back, I was instructed to come back.
For the record, we're talking about January 15th.
January 15th. That's right.
Oh, no. It wasn't the second time on the 15th.
Well, I'm talking about, let's just talk about the incident on the 15th. When
Okay.
you said he pulled in behind you as
Yeah.
you pulled over to let some people off.
And I went to the back. I said, I thought you said you couldn't write me a ticket without my driver's license. You got us here because,
Did you swear at him?
no, he had his window up.
Okay.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
But you did say that you thought he needed a driver's license, based
Yes.
on what had happened.
Correct. Correct.
And in hindsight, do you wish you were less confrontational with him?
I feel like that. I do. The only reason that I'm out there driving is because I didn't want my employees to go through what I just went through. And so I said, okay, I'm the cool head. Let me get out here and try to make this thing happen. And I just felt like they just kept coming at me about these licenses. And I'm like, what is the big deal about my driver? Do you have a system in there? You running my name? But my driver license number's on here. And I just like, I don't understand what happened. But to that person, yes, because I'm not even like that. You know, he just kept on pushing. I'm going to call the police. Got in front of the vehicle. I'm asking him, am I free to leave? I had to ask him several times because he said he's going to call. What are you calling the police for? For what?
Are we talking about the January 6th incident now?
I went back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions this time. Ms. Thomas.
Hold on for 1 second, please. Wait a minute.
Okay, sure, of course. All right, so, you, tell me about your history as a, entertainment transportation company and driver. So do you own your company?
I do, ma'am.
And what kind of business entity is your company?
LLC.
Okay, and are you the principal of that LLC?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you applied to the Transportation Licensing Commission, which I don't mean to say that conclusorily, you applied to the Transportation Licensing Commission for an ET certificate?
I did, ma'am.
Okay. For the driver. Okay. All right, and then you also separately, because you were going to drive yourself, applied as a driver for a driver permit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have. Will you hand this around and I'll get one to Jason. This is your application.
Okay.
And that's your driver application, is that correct?
Yeah.
Driver, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you understood at the time that you were applying that the Transportation Licensing Commission is the governing body that controls entertainment transportation in Nashville. Is that right?
I learned that, yes, ma'am.
When did you learn that? Before you applied?
Well, it was a process. I was getting emails every day about something that was going on with transportation, so it was a learning process. I think we're still learning. It's still new. Everything can change every day, you know. So yeah, I'm still learning stuff about it every day.
But obviously you understood that the Transportation Licensing Commission existed before you submitted an application to them.
Correct, but I didn't know what it was consisted of. I knew that I had to, when I was out there, y'all was just now, I'm sorry, the committee was just now coming together, so y'all was just now building it, so I knew that I was gonna get this, is that what you're saying? I didn't know what it was gonna be about, though, what all the rules and regulation was until we received it.
So you testified earlier that you read all the way through chapter 677.
Who said that?
You did.
When did I say that?
You said that you looked all the way through it, or Mr. Holloman was asking you about that as to whether you, on what basis you assumed you did not have to provide your driver's license.
Okay, well, let me just say this right now. Those statutes, those codes 677, 6.77, 6. I'm gonna get all that confused. So if you don't just be clear with me, I'm nowhere near a lawyer. I'm sorry. So, yes, ma'am.
So did you understand when you applied that you had to follow chapter 677 and the ET regulations? Did
Yes,
the
ma'am.
TLC office give you copies
Yes,
of
ma'am.
those?
Yes, ma'am.
And you read them?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. That means that you would have read the provision that said that you cannot load or unload in a no parking zone. Is that correct?
No parking zone, yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Holloman made a statement earlier I also wanted to ask you about. He said all of your drivers shared one permit. Is that correct?
I really would know that, but no, ma'am. Is that right? Really got all my permits.
So your permit is just for you
It's
individually,
had my driver license number, yes, ma'am.
and you don't give that to any of your other employees and let them drive?
I don't know where you would get that from. I don't know where did that come from. That's just something you just put out the air, ma'am. Because I only have one bus.
It's a question. She's not stating the facts. She's
I know,
just
she's
asking
putting
you a
that on
question.
record, sir, and I'm just like, I've never heard that before.
You had said a few minutes ago, I think, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't him, it was Jason. Jason asked him, does your group of drivers share permits?
No, I didn't ask him that. I asked him if he may have other drivers, but they all have their own permits. And I'm saying he's gonna show his permit.
Okay.
I heard.
I thought that was clear.
Something
I've only-
perspective. I'm the level head, and I'm gonna go out here and do what my other drivers do.
Well, I'm the only driver, period. I don't have any other applications there.
So there are no other employees in your business?
I have a transportation company too. I do have a driver that never picked up his permit, so he couldn't drive. I just left his permit there, but I have not sent anyone. I'm the only driver out there, period, for Part of Us Music City.
Do you have a bartender or escort or like a tour guide or something like that on your vehicle?
I have a DJ and a bartender.
Yeah, DJ and a bartender.
Yes, ma'am.
So were those are your only employees, yourself as the driver and then the DJ and the bartender?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You said on the incident that occurred on January 6th, your bus was being followed by a film crew. Is that right?
Yes, it was, they actually work for me. That's my media team. I have a new page called Part of Us Music City. So they were just giving me all new content. So they was following the bus, then they pulled over and they got on the bus. They got on the bus with me, so yes, ma'am.
So where did you pull over to let them get on the bus?
I'm trying to think, what is that, right there by Korean Boulevard?
they park right there on Korean Boulevard, that little, but sometimes the homeless sit those little benches right there. I just can't think exactly the name of the street right there. I know it's Korean Boulevard right there.
Okay. And did they get on and off the bus other times while y'all were driving around filming this content for your webpage?
We actually didn't get a chance. Once I went down, Third, I went down Third, made a right, came up Second Avenue, and these were just all outside shots that we were just getting. And then, once I came back up there by Fifth Avenue, Fifth or Sixth Avenue, came around, that's when, we were just looking at the content. And like I said, that's when the lights got behind me and turned the lights on.
And when you submitted your applications, both for your company certificate and for your driver's permit, did you show them your driver's license?
So
The Transportation Licensing Commission?
they have a copy of it.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do you understand that Inspector Russell works for the Transportation Licensing Commission that already had your driver's license on file?
I understand that my driver's license are on file. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what reason did you have to conceal your driver's license from Mr. Inspector Russell?
In my license, it was a parking ticket. I wasn't speeding. I was still. I was just there. So I'm trying to figure out, why would he need my license? Why wouldn't he ask me for this? He's assuming that everybody don't have it, but I had mine. I've been having mine since, March 30 something. He assumed that I didn't have this, but I had my license. I have my permit here.
That's your permit that you're holding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But it doesn't, as one of the commissioner pointed out, have your photo on.
Yeah, but it does not have my photo on it, but that has nothing to do, if you wanted a copy of my photo, then if you put that in 6777, if I want to keep driving, then I'm gonna have a picture of my photo on here.
I'm sorry?
If you put that in the provision, what is the sixth?
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying you would have
I would
done
take a
that
picture
if it was
yes, ma'am.
required.
If it's,
Okay.
yes, ma'am, I definitely would.
Okay.
That's not discretion.
Yeah, no, the line of questioning got a little off a tangent. What the reason I was asking is to follow up on the point the commissioner was making earlier. How could the inspector be sure that the person he was giving the ticket to was Ronnie Stevenson without seeing a picture ID?
Well, he wasn't giving me a ticket. He was giving the company a ticket.
Yeah.
He wasn't giving me a ticket, or whoever was driving, it's a parking ticket. So he wasn't giving me a ticket.
So you understand that there are code provisions and rules that apply both to companies, certificate holders, and to drivers.
Well, I actually just learned that today, what he was saying. But, just to, I guess, nip it in the bud, this was offered to him. And I don't know why he didn't want it. And yes, I was like, you can have my permit, but I'm not giving you my license. So I don't know. I mean, I don't want to trap myself, because at the end of the day, I'm trying to, from day one, I followed every, Mr. Fields, I'm just jumping off for 1 second. He called me on my personal cell phone. I've done everything that this committee has asked me to do. All recommendations, everything. He called me on my personal cell phone and said, Mr. Stevenson, can I use your bus as an example of it can be done? And I said, Mr. Fields, I wish you wouldn't do that, because I'm already getting beat up by all the other companies since the person fell off my bus. I don't want to be put out in front anymore. He said, well, I'm gonna do it anyway. I already got everything. I said, well, why you ask me? Is that how it went, Mr. Fields? Oh, wow. You didn't say you were gonna do it anyway? Okay. But I'm sorry, but what I'm trying to say is, I'm not here to break rules. I know that I wanted to be successful out here. I invested a lot of money into my bus. Everything he recommended, all the recommendations that this committee has made, I was there, I was doing it. My anger comes because if you decide to shut my company down, the only thing I have to make a dime with is my driver license. If you call any CDL driver, they're gonna be very protective of their license like they would be of their child. Because this is my livelihood. And in my mind, I'm looking There's no scanner where he can run my name. There's no, I'm just trying to figure out why would he need it.
But you were admitting that you already knew that TLC already had it.
Had my license?
Yes.
That was part of the application. Yes, I knew this. I don't know if y'all seen this shit, but it has my driver license number on it.
Okay.
So even if he had, I don't know if he had the system in his car where he can type the number in and my picture pop up. I don't know. Are they there yet, Mr. Fields?
We do not.
You're not? Oh, okay. So
Did you watch the video that Inspector Russell showed during his testimony?
no, ma'am.
Okay. Could you hear the audio on
I
that
could.
video?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you hear your own voice screaming on that video?
And I don't know, I do get loud. I ain't no ifs and buts about it. When I get, but I'm not, I was a 2-time wrestling state champion. And they called me the Gentle Bear because I wasn't about hurting nobody. I was just trying to express myself. I had a record of 130-1. So I'm not that person to just go and just jump on people. That's not who I am. I will defend myself. I was standing on ground that I was right. I'm fighting for my license. When I didn't get my license until I turned 23 because I owed the state $7,000. And once I paid all that stuff off, I was determined I was never going to lose my license again. This is my livelihood. So that's why that's why I'm so protective of my driver license.
So when you heard that
May I interrupt
sure,
one
sure,
second?
of course, Chair.
Can we just make sure the record's clear? Are you saying you do recognize your voice on that video?
Sir, I do.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You do recognize your voice on the video that was introduced during Inspector Russell's testimony?
I do, sir.
And did you recognize his voice?
Yeah, towards the end I did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Oh, wait, there it's working. Okay. And did you think from the sound of your voice, listening to that audio at this time, did you think your behavior was courteous?
Ma'am, I'm gonna say that I wanted to get away from that situation so bad. That's why I kept asking him if I could leave, and he even got in front of my vehicle, and he said he was trying to take a picture. So I kept asking him. It's like he was just pushing buttons for my driver license. What am I supposed to do? I'm like, man, you're not getting my license. I done said it 40 times. So if I keep amping up every time, I apologize for that. But I had made it clear that I'm not giving you my license. You can have the permit. But it's a parking ticket. Write the ticket and I'm going to leave.
So,
Mr. Stevens?
Yes, sir.
You can explain your answers, but I do need you to answer the question that's asked of you more directly, okay?
Yes, I did. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I think everyone here understands your passion about your CDL, and it's understandable. But her question was, listening to the tone of your voice during that video, would you agree that it was rude?
You say rude?
Rude.
I actually said discourteous.
I'm sorry.
I can say that I was angry and upset. And people can take that who know me different ways. He don't know me. I understand that. And you all don't know me. So that's all I can say on that. I'm sorry. I don't.
No, you're answering the question, and I appreciate that you were angry and you were maybe
I feel like I was trapped in a box. I wanted out. I kept asking if I could leave. You can hear it on the tape. On his tape, where I kept asking, am I free to leave? I've asked him so many times. He kept saying, I'm calling the police. What are you calling the police on a parking ticket?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think you've answered our question. I
Sorry about
appreciate
that.
It's all right. It's an important matter to you.
Yeah, no, I'm still following up on that just a little bit because you're agreeing that somebody else who didn't know you might have perceived
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
your tone of voice in that video as discourteous or rude.
And his tone too. We was going back and forth. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you now about the January 15 incident. You said you had 12 to 15 I think you said the young ladies on your bus, a bachelorette party?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said that you were trying to figure out where you could drop them off downtown, is that right? Because
Yes,
they
ma'am.
asked you to? And you talked to Mr. Fields?
That's not on that incident, just, because what had happened, the officer that's sitting behind, the young lady that's sitting behind him, I guess she was in training then, and, I didn't know, I guess it's what's called the, Country Music Hall of Fame. I had pulled up and herself and the officer came and said that I couldn't offload there either. So, I had asked him, where can I offload that then, downtown? I'm just trying to,
So
I have-
I'm sorry, who did you ask?
the guy, Mr. Russell, and the young lady was with him training at the time.
You asked them that on January 15th?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
When did you ask them that?
Whenever she got hired and she was training, I asked her, where can a party bus offload downtown at? And that's when I was told that they can offload on Fifth Avenue. He said a few other places.
Wait, you said she was the one who told you that. Now you're using the pronoun he?
No, she was with him that
Okay.
day. She was training with him that day.
Okay.
In front of the Country Music Hall of Fame. But he put his lights on and he just came up and told me that I could not park there. That's all he said. But I'm just
In
making
front of the
statements
Country Music Hall of Fame?
Yes, and she was taking pictures of the bus. And you can ask, they didn't write me no citation. They were just saying I couldn't offload there. And I was asking him a bunch of questions about where can we offload at? Because I'm trying to comply. He didn't write a citation. He was just giving me some areas where I can offload at.
So you had that conversation with Inspector Russell?
Russell, yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what date that conversation
And
occurred?
that's why I stated that the young lady was with me, because that was my first time ever seeing her out. And she was taking pictures of the bus that day.
Okay. And so did anyone tell you that the location where you in fact stopped by the bagged meters and the construction barrier was a place that you were allowed to unload passengers?
Okay, so, that is, you mean from the?
That's a yes/no question,
Okay, you talking
sir.
about from the committee?
Anyone
from-
from the Transportation Licensing Commission?
No, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Okay. What made you think you could park there?
Because it didn't say no standing. It didn't say no standing.
But you are familiar with the rules of the traffic and the entertainment transportation rules of the Transportation Licensing Commission.
So I am a little, I can get, okay, I'm sorry. I may have gotten confused because I'm thinking state law and then it's the transportation laws where they say they don't want the party buses downtown period stopping. And so when I just saw, I know I can see everybody offloaded here, as long as we offloaded, I'm thinking that was fine for me to offload my people there. So I'm learning now that no parking, period, no offloading, period, downtown. So I was just thinking just because everybody else offload there, that we can offload there. I wasn't parking there, I was just offloading there.
Did you think they had permission to offload there, or do you think that they were breaking the rules and you could break the rules too because everybody else was doing it?
I thought the state law said that you can, as long as you're not parked, that you can offload at a no parking. As long as it say, if it's no parking, you can offload, as long as we don't park.
And so you're not familiar with Rule 070D of the transportation.
Could you read that to me, please?
I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but it's in the letter that's in front of you.
I don't have all that in front of me, unless you got it. Is it with this?
No, that's not it.
What is it?
The letter from, yeah, that's it. Thank you all. So it says at the top of page 2,
Can you repeat the citation?
section 070D of the rules.
Do we have a copy for Mr. Stevenson? Or Ms.
You
Holden,
got
why
another
don't
one?
you
Yeah.
get it decided?
Feel free to read it out loud.
I'm not sure. You said 070 part D?
Yes, it's at the top of page 2.
I'm actually in the regulations themselves. The operation.
Oh, no, this is one of the rules.
This is not the ordinance.
It's not part of the ordinance, no, it's part of the
I don't
rules.
have it.
Well, if you have do you have a copy of the
I do, I'm
letter?
looking, I thought you were referring to. I actually don't have the letter, I don't know what.
Here, I'll give him my copy. I think I can do it from memory. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Which one?
Lisa was able to give me a copy. So if you look at the second page, at the very top, like after the first paragraph, there's an indent and says section 070D. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you read that, please?
ATV, this is my first time seeing this stuff. Where does this come from? 'Cause this,
It comes from the regulations that you testified earlier you had
okay,
reviewed.
let me read this real fast. I'm sorry, this is my first time, I guess, because.
Could you read it out loud?
Metro government, yes, ma'am. ATV may only load and unload location of public right and right of ways approved by the Metropolitan government or on private property with the owner's approval.
Would you agree with me that you were unloading in the public right of way?
Yes, ma'am.
We're talking about January 15th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And had you in fact been told by anyone in the Transportation Licensing Commission that that was a designated loading and unloading zone for ETs?
I was told that long as if it said no standing, you cannot offload there.
Who told you that?
That's Metro, everybody, I mean, I don't know, if I say a name, it's not, no, I don't know how to answer
So you
that
don't know who
question.
told you that?
I'm not answering the question. I mean, I'm just not gonna intentionally just break rules. That's not who I am. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So I can't say Sarah told me you don't know who Sarah is. I asked questions. I wanted to know where can I offload it? Safely. I don't know. Did you need it back?
Mr. Fields, I'm not familiar with a sign anywhere that says no standing. I'm familiar with signs that say
There are actually
no-
some signs around town
no
that,
loitering.
there are some signs, for instance, in front of the Country Music Hall of Fame, there's no parking, no standing, no loading, no unloading. So there are some signs, but the truth of the matter is standing and parking. Standing means stopping. Parking,
No, okay, it says no parking or standing anytime.
Yeah, there's a legal definition.
Well,
Just to clarify that is actually the picture, well, it's the picture that was taken by Inspector Russell when he went back later. But that is the location of the incident that occurred on
So
January
no parking or standing.
6th. And we
Yeah.
are now talking about the incident that
Okay, got it.
occurred on January
The
15th.
15, yeah.
But we are saying regardless of whether it was signed no parking or not, the rule that he is required to follow says ETV may only load and unload in locations in the public right-of-way approved by the metropolitan government or on private property with the owner's approval. So it doesn't say anything about you can unload in a parking area if it doesn't say no standing.
Okay, well, I truly apologize, going by this right here. I'm following your lead on that, but it was not done intentionally. I thought I could unload there since it didn't say standing. I would not just pull over on the side of the road and offload my people. But no, I wouldn't have asked for permission or asked where. I could have found somewhere safe where it said, whatever it needs to say to offload it. So I was not doing it malicious at all. So, I don't know what to say, so.
So in hindsight, you would acknowledge that was a violation of the rules and therefore of the code.
She's asking me, we had an objection earlier about legal conclusion.
Yeah, that's fair.
Are you withdrawing the question?
I am withdrawing the question. He's right, that's fair. Okay. Okay, I'm going to excuse the witness if that's okay with the chair, unless the commission has any more questions for him.
I got a question or two. First, earlier we were talking about this permit, and maybe not this permit, but a permit has got to be displayed hanging from his neck or inside the vehicle. And his permit, he refers to, I think it's coming out of his pocket for his license, right? Is that two different requirements? Is his permit that he carries in his pocket different from the ones where we said earlier that it's got to be visible on your upper half of your body or whatever that was saying?
I mean, I'm not a witness, but maybe you could swear in Mr. Fields and Mr. Fields could answer that question.
I don't, Mr. Fields, just answer the question.
Yes, I mean, that would be the only permit we would have given. There's two things that a company would have gotten. One is the actual certificate of public convenience and necessity. The other would be a driver's, would be the driver's permit. Every driver shall at all times conspicuously display a permit either on the clothing of the driver's upper body or within the entertainment transportation vehicle. The driver shall allow the MTLC inspector or police officer to examine the permit upon request.
Mr. Fields, what were you reading from?
I'm sorry, that is
Metro
the
Code.
Metropolitan Code of Law, 6.77.150.1.
Not sure about the .1. That
I
might
think
be a
it's probably
typo.
.A.
But at any rate, yeah, no, I'm sorry, you were asking.
No, I was just, seems like the incident elevated when we're asking about a license or asking about a permit. And I was just trying to understand, as a fairly new commissioner, is the permit, is that a driver's permit or is that the vehicle permit?
So it is for the drive.
Okay. And it doesn't have to be displayed.
It does. It has to be displayed on their clothing or in the vehicle like Mr.
Do you
Fields
now
described.
understand that?
I've always understood it. That's why I was trying to present it to him. He just didn't want it. I told him you can have, from day one, I've always known that you can have this.
Question. On January 6th, was that permit in your wallet or displayed on your clothing or around your neck?
It was in my wallet,
Thank you.
but I pulled it out and asked him if he wanted it. I told him he can have this permit. He just can't have my license. You can have the permit. You can't have my license.
Do you have some other questions? Yes. Okay. I have a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
I call this incident number one that we haven't quite figured out the date and place, but
I'm
the
sorry.
very first time when you were questioned and you thought that the TLC inspector was going through, what do you call it, a learning phase, and there was a police officer present, you told us about that, and someone asked you about your driver's license, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yes, sir.
And when that was asked of you, did you produce your CDL?
No, sir.
So that incident, you didn't produce your CDL either?
No.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
No.
All right, now, you said that on January 6th, you left, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That's hard for me to hear you, but I'm trying to strain to hear you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to speak up.
Okay.
On January 6th, you left, and then you got a call to come back.
Yes, sir.
Who called you?
The ambassadors.
The ambassadors?
Yes.
How'd they have your phone number?
I gave them my card because I knew I was going to need them as witnesses.
Okay, so the ambassadors called you to come back, and you came back, and the police were there at that time?
No, never
Or
saw
not
the
yet?
police.
Okay.
No, sir. I never saw the police. No,
What
sir.
was the purpose of coming back then?
When the call I got was, he lying on us. They lying on us. They said I was on your party bus. They said we was together. They trying to get me fired.
Who's we now?
It was my witnesses.
Okay.
Yes. And so I had to go and give a statement that they was not on my party bus. That they just rolled up on some segways, whatever you call them. They had just rolled up. I've never met these or seen these guys a day in my life.
All right, so the ambassadors rolled up on the Segways and they asked you to come back because they said somebody was lying against you.
Correct.
And against them.
Against them, yes, sir.
Okay.
They had called, somehow they called, Mr. Russell, got in touch with their supervisors or commanders or something, because it only took all but 20 minutes that they called and their supervisors calling them back, and they had to do, they suspended until they got the tape to show that they actually didn't do anything. So,
Thank
yes,
you.
sir, I'm sorry, yes.
Other questions? Mr. Fields, could you identify for the record the lady that was referred to by Mr. Stevenson?
I believe he was referring to Tamika Smith, one of our compliance officers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Holman, do you have any follow-up questions of your
Not
client?
for Mr. Stevens, I just have other witnesses.
Okay. How many more witnesses do you have?
2 more witnesses.
Who you did this?
You can move that way.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call Marquise Holt.
Ms. Holt, state your name, please.
My name is Marquise Holt.
Okay, you may need to pull those microphones a little closer or lean in a little closer. All right, thank you. Now, could you? Ma'am. I know who she is first. All right, now, I'm going to give you the oath, okay? All right, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Holt, tell me your relationship to this entertainment company.
So I am the bartender of the entertainment company, and I started from when we first started.
Okay. And so were you present at the incident on January the 6th that we've talked about here today?
Yes, I was, but y'all gonna have to let me know January 6th and 15th. So.
Okay, were you present at both times?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's be very clear and take January 6th first. Okay, tell me from your perspective what happened, and tell me about Mr. Stevenson's conduct and the inspector's conduct from your perspective.
I have one question. Is the 6th by the hotel, or the 6th is when the rider people was us? I can't remember.
I believe the 6th is when the film crew was with them.
By the hotel.
Correct.
Okay, so we had like
Wait, by the hotel. I thought we were.
I think she's referring to the convention center.
Yeah, I don't know the dates. Separate the dates, and one was we was by the parking where no one was on the bus, and then we had one that people was actually got off the bus. It was offloading.
Well, from your own memory, which one occurred first?
I don't know the dates.
No,
But do you know which one happened first?
Like me and my mind.
All right, one is downtown near Broadway, and the other one is up around 6th and Commerce.
At the
I've been
convention
here all my life,
Old convention.
and I'm just not a directional person.
Okay.
Mr. Holman, I can't help you.
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not a directional person.
I'm asking about the incident when no one was on the bus.
No one on the bus. Okay, so we had, like you said, we had pulled up on the bus, and you asked me about the demeanor.
And I'm gonna represent that was January the 6th.
Okay, January 6th. Okay, so a big chunk is being left out, a big chunk. So when we pulled over, he was behind the bus. When
Sorry, who's he?
When we pulled over, Mr. Russell
Okay.
was behind the bus. Okay, and so when Mr. Russell approached the bus, and Ronnie was getting off the bus, they was meeting together when they got, he was walking up and he was coming down. Mr. Russell asked for his ID. Ronnie then said, you don't have to have my ID. Mr. Russell,
Driver's license.
I'm sorry, ID driver license, yes. So Mr. Russell then proceeded, it escalated super quick. Because Ronnie was like, I'm not giving you my ID, I have my permit. He said, no, I need your ID. What he's leaving out is, he pulled out his phone. Mr. Russell pulled out his phone. Phone has these technologies where you can zoom in. Mr. Russell pulled out his phone to record. He didn't zoom in on his phone. Mr. Russell then approached Mr. Stevenson and put his phone in his face. And then so
Mr. Russell put Mr. Russell's phone.
Mr. Russell had his phone, and I'm very shocked that Mr. Russell did not submit the tape that he recorded himself. Mr. Russell tapes before the other guy that was in the car, before he proceeded to record, Mr. Russell was recording. Mr. Russell had that phone out. That phone is going to show how Mr. Russell was acting himself. It ain't like, it's not how it's proceeded here.
Slow down.
How it's proceeded here.
I understand, but slow down. We haven't seen the video that you're talking about, is that right?
No.
Okay, but you observed Mr. Russell make a video.
Mr. Russell had his phone out. Mr. Russell had his phone out, and he walked up to Mr. Steven and put his phone in his face as he's recording. He could have just zoomed in. So I don't know if y'all had to do, I know y'all say that's y'all guy. I don't know if y'all had to do a training with this guy.
Hold on. Would you describe Mr. Russell as aggressive towards Mr. Stevenson?
Mr. Russell added to it. Mr. Russell added to it. And the reason why I'm saying that is because, again, everybody has they space. If someone comes up to you and put a phone in your face, you're going to act and you're going to respond a certain kind of way.
Do you feel like Mr. Russell was the first person to step into Mr. Stevenson's
Yes, the reason why I say...
Let me ask my question. You can answer. Do you feel like Mr. Russell invaded Mr. Stevenson's personal space before Mr. Stevenson invaded Mr. Russell's personal
Yes,
space.
and the reason why I say that is because Mr. Stevenson, he was talking, and he is very animated. He talks with his hands, and he was talking. So Mr. Russell was adamant about the driving license. And when Mr. Russell did not proceed that driving license, and Mr. Stevenson was like, well, why do you need it? Why do you need it? Then that escalated fuel to Mr. Russell. Once Mr. Russell got his phone out to record, like I say, he didn't zoom in. He walked up to Mr. Stevenson, and that's what made Mr. Stevenson escalate even further. It's not like he said, let me see your ID, and Mr. Stevenson just start going off. No, that's not what it is. That's not what happened.
So you feel like the aggressor was Mr. Russell?
I'm not
and
gonna
then
say
Mr.
necessarily aggressor.
Hold on. It's being recorded, and is it Ms. Holt?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Ms. Holt, you've got to let the lawyer ask the question, and then you listen, and then you pause, and then you answer, because you're both speaking over each other, and that's not going to work
I
today,
understand.
okay?
This is just a lot
I
left out.
But we need an accurate record of what is asked and what is answered,
I
okay?
understand.
All right, that's very important for both sides.
I understand.
Thank you.
So, in your description, who do you feel like was the initial aggressor?
I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like both of them could have handled it differently. Because one was adamant that he wasn't going to give his ID, and one was adamant that he's going to get his ID.
But you feel like the elevation was equal on both sides,
I do. Yes, I do.
and that one contributed to the other.
I do.
That's all I have.
Any commissioners have questions of Ms. Holt? How long did the whole thing last, Ms. Holt?
I'm gonna say 10 minutes, too long,
And,
too long.
yeah, that's a fair
And
answer.
that's how the other people that was engaging. And what was adding fuel to Mr. Russell's fire was because the spectators that was walking down the street, even the guy that he was referring to was like a tourist, he wasn't even from here. They was telling him that he was wrong. That's what elevated Mr. Russell, because he was trying to, stand his ground and say, this is what I'm doing.
Hold on now. You work as a bartender?
Bartender.
Okay. Were you inside the bus when this happened, or were you outside?
So when I was on the bus, there was no one on the bus. So when he came, when we pulled over and we noticed that the guy was behind us, as Ronnie was getting out the bus, I'm like right there behind him, going right off the bus.
All right, so Mr. Stevenson, who you referred to as Ronnie, right?
Ronnie Stevenson, I'm sorry.
So when Mr. Russell's pulls up behind the bus, Mr. Stevenson is exiting the bus at that point.
Because I noticed him behind the bus. Soon as
All right,
he
hold
pulled
on.
up.
All right, so he exits the bus as soon as the other people pull up behind and gets out on the street. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When do you exit the bus?
I'm probably like maybe 10 steps behind Ronnie, because I sat there for a second, and then so once I seen Ronnie get off the bus, I was like just going on the bus to see what's going on.
All right,
It's
and
like
I
maybe
assume
5, 6,
Mr. Stevenson's getting off the bus before Mr. Russell's actually gotten up to the door where you go in and out of the bus. Yes?
Yes, when you go down the bus, when you go down.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, when you say that no one's on the bus, you mean no paying customers?
No paying customers.
Because
So-
the film crew was on the bus.
That's correct.
Okay.
So how he was so to make it plain, we have a new page. We're trying to boost our page. So we had the media guy on the bus, and so he was taking videos of the bus. We had just got there. And so when we was getting ready to actually film, we didn't even get any footage. So we had just literally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holt.
You're both welcome.
One more witness. Mario Humphrey.
All right, you're Mr. Mario Humphrey?
Yes, correct.
Say what?
Mario Orlando Humphrey.
Okay. Mr. Humphrey, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Humphrey, I guess tell us where you worked as of January 6th.
As of January 6th of 2023, I was a safety ambassador for Block by Block.
Tell us what that is.
Okay, so Block by Block has contracts with majority of the bars that are downtown on Broadway, first, second, third, fourth, Demonbreun, MCC, as well as the Country Hall of Fame. We have contracts with all the owners that are all downtown in the Fishbowl. So what we do is we provide services to them with Losers, Kid Rock, Honky Tonk, all the et cetera. We provide them services. In the morning time, what we do is, because there's a lot of homeless people that are out in front of businesses. So when we come in, because I work first shift, so we come in about 6 in the morning, we have our meetings, and then we get out on our Segway if it's not raining, and we go around and hit like the little hot spot, we call them hot spots, right where the food alley is, and keep straight up on John Lewis to the left where the Rise restaurant is at. There's like a little steps to the church, the Nashville church area. So there's a lot of homeless people that sit over there and sleep. So what we do is, as safety ambassadors, kind of get them up for all the businesses open. There's a lot of them that be out on Broadway as well. So we go around and get them up and carry on the rest of our days, do our routes and such things like that. We also assist tourists that are downtown, as well as people that live here that are downtown on Broadway. So if anybody has any questions, there's an altercation that's going on, or if they just have questions, they'll stop us, because we wear a red jacket, yellow shirt, black pants, and we on the Segway. So we're very honest with him. So that's kind of like what we do.
Okay. And let me just ask you, did you know Mr. Stevenson?
No.
Have you ever
Not at
met
all.
Mr. Stevenson prior to January 6th?
Not at all. I see the party buses all day, every day, the red tractor. I see all the party buses like every single day, because I'm at work, what, Wednesday through Sunday.
Okay. So tell us how you came upon the scene, why you came upon the scene.
So my coworker that was supposed to be here, she's actually currently at work, Triana. Me and her was just coming back from lunch, and which was a little bit after 7 o'clock. We was coming back from lunch. We were back. The parking garage, which was the old mall back in the day, that's on Commerce, that's where our office is, which is also attached to the Renaissance, and which is also attached to the library. So we have access to both. So when we go to lunch, we're in the garage. So me and Triana was coming out of the garage, and we heard commotion. So I'm like, what's going on? And it wasn't just Mr. Stevenson, it was Mr. Russell as well. And it was a lot of back and forth going on. So we got on our Segways, we got across the street to see what was going on. And of course, part of our job, and me personally, I'm always trying to diffuse the situation. Now, with the video that was submitted, on that video, you saw a guy with a red jacket on, standing next to Mr. Russell. That was me. The whole time when we were there, even Triana, well, she's not here, but even Triana, both of us was trying to calm both of them down. Mr. Russell kept adding fuel to the fire, and he kept belittling Mr. Stevenson. He kept getting smart with him. He kept saying stuff that would tick him off righteously. And so I'm sitting next to him telling Mr. Russell to calm down, like trying to get everybody to stop. It's not that serious. And again, he was extremely adamant about the ID. Spectator did walk up and was basically saying the same thing as far as that, because I know that when it does come to like the safety control folks that are out there giving the citations, normally, because I'm from Huntsville, Alabama, but I've been here 8 years. I know normally what they do is they do look at, especially the person behind the vehicle, they will look at the tag and run the tag, which when you run the tag, all the information pops up about the individual who it's attached to. And then I did also inform him, you don't necessarily have to have his ID. You can run his tag, and his information will pop up. Then my coworker said the same thing as well. But in the meantime, he's still getting smart, Mr. Stevenson. He never did walk up to him and bump him in the chest. He never did do that at all. But what he was doing, he was being very disrespectful and he was loud. They were going back and forth, but he kept adding to the fire. Like he'll say, like he kept asking, could he leave? He would say no, and he'll have something smart behind it. And then that kept making him more upset. Then eventually, I ended up telling Mr. Stevenson, go ahead and get on the bus. This is done and over with. I'm sorry, this stuff has been going on. A gentleman that walked up, he said the same thing. He was like, well, you don't necessarily have to have his driver license. Why is so adamant that you're wanting his driver license? Meanwhile, I turns around, his other coworker was in the car recording. 10, 15 minutes go by with them arguing and us trying to get them calmed down and finally get them calmed down because at one point he tried to walk up to Mr. Stevenson and Miss Hope kind of like got in the middle, tried to stop him because he kept being disrespectful to him and ostracizing him and belittling him the whole time outside because people was walking by looking. Besides the gentleman did actually stop and join in on the little conversation.
Let me pause you right there and just say, you're saying he was making disrespectful
Yeah,
comments.
he was very
Can you give us an
disrespectful.
example?
I can't remember, but I know that he was being extremely disrespectful, saying smart, ugly comments to him. And because because it's my job. I mean, it's my job as far as being a downtown ambassador to come defuse situations. And even off of work, I am the level-headed person, the middle of the person that's trying to calm everybody down. Peacekeeper, basically.
And so eventually you directed Mr. Stevenson to leave the
Yes.
scene. And Mr. Stevenson left the scene.
Yes, I informed Mr. Stevenson to go ahead and get in the bus because the stuff wasn't changing. And I didn't want nobody to.
And then after that, then you had your own interaction with Mr.
Yes.
Okay,
So
tell us about that.
yes, I'm gonna lead up to that in about half a second.
Okay.
So after I informed Mr. Stevenson to go ahead and get on the bus, because it's my job to do that, he got on the bus, I calmed him down. After he drives off, Mr. Russell walks up to me and Triano. And now he's even more upset at us. He was like, oh, you guys are supposed to be downtown ambassadors. You're supposed to be here for us. Well, unfortunately, sir, you were being disrespectful and rude to Mr. Stevenson the whole entire time and like getting smart with him and stuff like that. So both were in the wrong as far as with the argument, but he was more of the only reason why he was a little more aggressive in the video was because of the actions that led up to that. But the whole time he kept asking and offering his permit because he didn't want his permit. He wanted to get his driver's license. But when I finally got him to go, he comes up to me and my coworker and tells me and her, well, I thought you're supposed to have my back because you're downtown ambassador. And I'm like, sir, unfortunately, you were in the wrong. I mean, if you was not in the wrong, then definitely, because I don't pick sides, I don't choose who's good, who's bad. But if you're in the wrong, you're in the wrong. That's how I was raised. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. And I'm gonna stand up for who's right. And, based on all of what happened that night, Mr. Russell was in the wrong. Now, with Mr. Stevenson getting loud and, getting a little bit more louder, I can understand because I'm very defensive. So I can understand that. But he was definitely disrespectful in the midst of that argument. And then after that, after he leaves and after he made his comment to me and my coworker about why we didn't take up for him, due to that situation, and he walks off, and I made my comment to him about, right is right, wrong is wrong. Me and Triana goes down on John Lewis to Broadway. We're trying to go back to work. So we get in front of the Apple store on Broadway and John Lewis. My supervisor, Toya, she actually radioed us on our walkie-talkies, and she informed us to come back to the office. Now, the reason why we had to come back to the office is this. Leading up to us returning back to the parking garage was based on Mr. Russell calling, because like I said, we have contracts with everybody on Broadway, Commerce, Church, Union, Demumbrium, Korean Boulevard across the street, Zone 9, which is over there by the Greyhound. So we have a lot of contracts. So when we got back to the office in the garage, she informed, because it was Toya, my 3 other supervisors, one was Perez and another gentleman, and my head boss was on the phone, and my supervisor was on the phone. So everybody it was like a conference call as well as in the office. So the reason why we were brought back to the office was because Mr. Russell informed his boss that me and Triana, because they were supposed to suspend us. He informed them that we were on the party bus. We were never on the party bus. And that video that they did to me never showed us being on the party bus. I was next to him, and then Triana was on, like, more closer to Mr. Stevenson and the bartender, Miss Hope, that night during that situation. We never touched foot of, not even just the first step to get on. That never even happened. We were solely on the concrete trying to defuse that situation of the altercation that was going on. On top of that, my bosses also informed me that he also informed his supervisor that I cussed him out. And that never took place. And then that's the reason of why my bosses had called Mr. Stevenson to come back over he came to the parking garage. He came back the second time that night, he came to the parking garage because my bosses wanted to speak to him as well. And then my bosses, all my bosses, like I said, I had two of them on the phone. They also had me, Triana, as well as Mr. Stevenson, to write a written report as far as what occurred outside that night. So my job has documentation as far as the situation that occurred that night. Then also, because see, with blah, 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 we have to, they have steps of what they have to do as far as investigation. So, in regards to Mr. Russell stating, which is defamation of character on me because it was a false, it was a lie. Due to that, that's a defamation of character because it never occurred. And now you're speaking ill on me of something that I never stated, never said, nothing verbal, disrespectful, curse words came out of my mouth at all. But he did inform his supervisor that I cursed him and that we was on a party bus. My job, blah, 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 reached out, I don't know if they reached out to Mr. Russell or his supervisor, which is probably the supervisor. But they also even asked him because he said he had video of me cussing him out. There was no video. My job asked for it. The head bosses at blah, 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 Downtown Partnership Nashville, asked them for the video. Because, like I said, I was getting suspended for cursing, which I never did, for cursing him out, as well as me and Triana, my other coworker, getting on the party bus. Those two things never occurred. So when I got back to work, maybe like a week later, a couple days later, I'm trying to follow up. And so when I asked my supervisor about it, they were like that he never did submit the video of me cursing and all of that stuff. So they kind of left it alone because the fact of it is he never had a video showing I cursed him out. And there was no video of me showing, he never had a video of me or my coworker on the party bus. But he informed his supervisor, which told my boss, which I almost lost my job behind that, of him informing them that I cursed him out and was on the party bus, which were two total lies. And so that it was so much that night that was going on. And then with that, like, you're affecting my job. Like, I'm out here to protect you guys, if y'all are downtown, as well as the citizens of Nashville, as well as the tourists that are coming into town. And then on top of in regards to the loading and unloading, with me working downtown being an ambassador, I see a lot of party buses, including the red tractor trailer. They stop everywhere, in front of nudies, Tootsies, a Kid Rock, Honky Tonk, Central, bro, they stop everywhere. I understand, he had him on recording, there were pictures of him stopping in front of the no parking and things like that. But with me working downtown every single day, even when I work overtime, I see a lot of the party buses. They stop and unload and load and let them off and things like that. But I understand y'all was a regulation, things like that. But I just want to inform you guys that he's kind of like, he's not the only one that's doing it. It's all the party buses. They're stopping everywhere downtown, even in front of Bridgestone. So that's what I want to kind of like inform with that.
Okay. No further questions.
Well, my microphone's not working, but I'll just try to speak loudly. You mentioned Downtown Partnership. What's the?
It's Block by Block.
So Block by Block is a contractor of Downtown Partnership, is that right?
No, Downtown Partnership is Block by Block. It's just they have two names. Like if you look at the information up, it'll come up on my shirt says Downtown Partnership Nashville. But I work for Block by Block, which is still the same company. It's just we are the ambassadors. There's like different departments with Partnership of Nashville. Where I work in is the Block by Block because I'm a downtown ambassador. We have cleaners and we have ambassadors. And so the Block by Block is in regards to securing and making sure everything is safe downtown and assisting the tourists.
I don't think quite that much detail. Thank you.
Hey, I just wanted to make sure you know it.
I was just saying, in the red jacket that you're wearing in the video, it says Downtown Partnership on the back. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so Mr. Russell got you in trouble at your job.
Yes, ma'am, surely. Because like right after Mr. Davidson left and then he left, he called his boss, in which his boss is our client. And they called
It was a yes or no question.
Well, yes, ma'am.
So how did that make you feel?
I was angry.
Are you still angry?
No, I'm not. I'm a God-fearing man, ma'am. So no, I forgive. I don't forget, but I do forgive. But the thing was is that one, you told a fib on me. And then you almost caused me to lose my job. And it's vice versa. If I was to ask you the same thing, counter ask the same thing to you, you wouldn't say, oh, I'm going to be happy. I'm not upset.
But would it be
But-
fair to say that Mr. Russell is not your favorite person?
No, ma'am, I disagree with that because I don't know Mr. Russell, so I cannot say that I don't like him. You want me to put words in my mouth, so I can't say that, ma'am. I disagree with that because I love everybody. I am a preacher's kid, a PK kid, ma'am. So I don't hate or dislike anybody. I just don't like when people lie.
So you,
and tell
you're not
falsified-
even a
One second, ma'am.
little
I
bit,
just don't like when people lie and tell falsified information.
so you're not even a little bit of resentful towards Mr.
No,
Russell
ma'am.
for
I was
trying to get you
upset.
fired?
I was upset because he told us a lie on me, and that's my job and my livelihood. I don't have a CDLs. I live here by myself. I'm from Huntsville, Alabama, and my immediate family is back home. So if I would have got fired, ma'am, I would have been homeless. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have people I can rely on. Like I'm not privileged or anything like that. I work hard for what I do, and I will not allow anyone to jeopardize my job. And that goes for you. You're not going to allow anyone to jeopardize you being a lawyer or an attorney. Would you? No. Okay. So it goes both ways for all of us, even all of you, all the congressmen and councilmen, all of everybody in here. So, but yes, ma'am, go ahead.
No, that's all my questions.
I just have a question. I mean, are you familiar with the entertainment transportation rules and regulations?
A little bit, but not all the way. But I know that they're like what y'all been pulling up as far as there's definitely areas of them parking and things like that. But like when we're at work, we just can't tell them like to can't park there. So.
And I ask because Mr. Russell works for us, and is enforcing the rules and regulations. And yet you and your colleague and a tourist told him that he was not entitled to ask for a driver's license. And I just kind of wonder how you know that.
Well, I have a lot of family members that are in law enforcement and things like that.
But you don't understand our rules.
Well, I don't on party bus, so I don't read all the codes and things like that. But I know as
But you
far
were
as
entitled to
yes,
announce
yes,
that,
ma'am, because
that
I've
he
seen
was wrong.
yeah,
But you don't know what his, can you tell me what his job is and what he
to
can
issue
be?
citations to give tickets on people on their vehicles that are parked in illegal parking areas.
No, that's actually, Ms. Costanza, would you?
Well, people can like me on the definition as well as the correctness of the job description for him.
So
That's not my field of expertise.
I'm not
so I don't know.
I'm not a witness,
Yes,
and you are not
I'm
a
sorry.
lawyer. You are not examining me.
I'm sorry.
I won't say I was saying you, ma'am. I'm just like, obviously I said it incorrectly. Somebody's giving me
Everybody stop.
information.
Everybody stop for a second.
Yes, sir.
We're all talking over each other. I'm talking over everybody. I'm the chairperson, can say everybody stop for a moment. Let's cool it down a second. Mr. Humphries, it's very important that you hear the whole question put by either Commissioner Westlake
Yes,
or
sir.
by Ms. Costonas
Yes, sir.
before you respond,
Okay.
okay? And then I'll give you plenty of opportunity to answer your questions,
Yes, sir.
okay? Now, I think we are getting a little far astray as to questions about what is Mr. Russell's job here and what it isn't, and perhaps, and I think we've already made it the point that you're not familiar necessarily with the
Right.
rules and regulations of the Transportation Licensing Commission involving ETVs, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's go on with another question, please.
Yeah, I asked one more question. I said I
Of
was
course.
done,
I
but
said
Mr.
let's-
Westlake's question made me think of a follow-up. When your employers talked to you about the incident, did they approve of you saying to Mr. Stevenson that he did not have to comply with the instructions of the transportation licensing inspector?
They didn't speak to me in regards of saying that I was wrong for stating what I said. They didn't say anything in regards to that.
Did they
I-
instruct you not to intervene when the
No.
transportation licensing inspectors are conducting their business in future?
No, ma'am, because the thing is that when even my supervisor came out from the garage, they were loud, ma'am. Like they were loud. That's our job. If someone is loud on the streets, we have to come in and then diffuse that situation and split them up. That's our job because if we don't, give me 1 second if I may. Because the only reason why I say that, ma'am, is because if we cannot diffuse the situation, our next step is to call Metro. So our job is to diffuse If we see somebody in an altercation, we have to diffuse that situation.
And who called Metro in this situation?
We didn't. So I don't know who called.
If you were to do the same thing, would you do the exact same thing again?
Would
Would you get involved in a transportation licensing inspector doing his job?
I wouldn't get involved in it, ma'am, but the thing was, it was a loud altercation with both of them outside. And me and my coworker came out because we were coming back from lunch, and it's our job to intervene as far as stopping, defusing the situation. It's our job to do that.
So if you see a transportation licensing inspector pulling somebody over, trying to give them a citation in future, are you going to get in the middle of it?
No, but if they're arguing back and forth, ma'am, I will to stop them from going back and forth, if that answers your question as well. I'm not trying to be smart or anything like that. I'm answering your question correctly and professionally, but.
Mr. Westlake, did you have some other follow-up questions?
After, thank you. Just one question, Mr. Humphreys. Ms. Holt, and you referenced Mr. Russell taking a video. Did you observe Mr. Russell taking a video?
Yeah, he was recording as well as his coworker was in the car. Because like I said, they informed my supervisor and bosses that Mr. Russell had video of me cursing him out. And when my company asked him for that, in which you guys can call blah, 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 and speak to them, they'll verify, they even called them and asked to see the video from what he informed them that, I've done. But but when they asked for it, he could not perform to provide that video because it didn't exist.
Mr. Humphrey.
Yes, sir.
You're a private company, you're an employee of a private company?
Yes, sir.
You are not authorized by the Metro Charter?
No, sir.
You are not an employee of Metro?
No, sir.
You're not law enforcement?
No, sir.
You don't have any government sanctions to make arrest?
Oh, no. We'll call Metro for that.
Okay.
Or PSO.
Now, you decided to intervene in a confrontation between Mr. Russell and Mr. Stevenson. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because you feel it was your responsibility to defuse the situation if you can. You wouldn't intervene between a police officer making an arrest of somebody to defuse the situation, would you?
No, sir, because that's the police.
Yeah. And the police have the authority of the metropolitan government, the state of Tennessee, to make arrests
Yes.
and to deal with the public in situations, right?
Correct.
To issue parking tickets, to issue speeding tickets, to enforce the laws of the state of Tennessee. Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. The inspector for the Transportation Licensing Commission also has the authority by Metro government to enforce the Transportation Licensing Commission rules and regulations, as well as apparently some parking violations too. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
It is not. Would you not then understand that it is not a private company's employee's job to intervene between a government official trying to enforce the metropolitan laws and the laws of the state of Tennessee? Do you understand that today now?
Yeah, I definitely understand that. That would be something definitely would have to be taken up with blah, 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 because like I said.
No, sir, it's being taken up right now with you.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
I totally understand that. I was doing my job. So if I wanted to intervene, then I more likely would have been in trouble for not intervening.
So it sounds like you don't understand that.
No, I told you.
Hold on. You sounds like you do not understand that it's not your job to intervene with a government official who's exercising their authority to enforce the laws.
I hear you.
Thank you. Now, this is a very, very important situation here because
Correct.
there's a lot at stake for Mr. Stevenson here, and there's a lot at stake for Mr. Russell here today, too.
Correct.
You were sworn to tell the truth when you came up here to testify. And I'm not indicating I don't believe you or anything like that, but I'm going to ask you very, very seriously,
Yes, sir.
directly. Everything you've told us here today, is that the truth?
Yes, sir.
And I don't mean about opinions and things like that. Everything that you told us that you observed today, is there any question in your mind about whether it was the truth or not?
No, sir, not at all.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Holman, you got anything more? Yeah.
I do have additional law to make the commission aware of. You have that available, Billy?
I do want to be clear, I also want to make a closing statement after the same we have there.
I was just going to cite this legislation, which is from the Tennessee Code, annotated 73505. It says, when any police or peace officer of the metropolitan government or any employee of the metropolitan government authorized to enforce ordinances, laws, or regulations of the metropolitan government or charged with the duty to serve civil or criminal process asks the violator for identification for the purpose of issuing a citation or civil warrant to that person, the failure to produce or give such identification shall be grounds for the violator to be arrested by an officer authorized to make arrest pursuant to Title 40, Chapter 7. In such event, the violator shall be arrested, transported to the police station or jail, booked, photographed, and fingerprinted for identification purposes, and thereafter shall be served with a citation or civil warrant and released from custody without being required to post a bond.
What was that citation?
73505. 73505.
Of TCA or?
TCA.
Okay. All right. And for the record, TCA is Tennessee Code annotated as state law. Now, does the inspector for the Metropolitan Transportation Commission have the authority to make an arrest?
No, but they do have an ability to issue a citation and to enforce the ordinance, Chapter 677.
Yeah. No, that part I understand. I just wanted.
No, they would have to call a police officer to actually effect the arrest.
Ms. Costonis, you have the burden of proof, I guess, if you would like to make a closing argument first.
I mean, I think that the witness testimony that you all have heard has actually proved every single one of the violations that were laid out in the charges letter occurred and were committed by Mr. Stevenson. And I think there have been admissions that he knew he was not allowed to load and unload there, but he did it anyway. I think there have been admissions that he knew his conduct was at a minimum discourteous, and he nevertheless continued to behave that way toward the inspector. I think that he understood that, you know, he was required to follow all the laws, all the rules, all the regulations of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission and Council, and just did not show any respect for any of that during these events.
Are you saying that the rude and disrespectful conduct was also on the 15th as well as the 6th?
I think you could infer that from Mr. Russell's testimony that he went to his window and told him to stay the F in the car because, I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Sure, right. Yeah, it was, he told me to have bang on the window, he told me to F off and keep my scared ass in my car.
So I believe that is evidence of discourteous behavior in violation of 677-220 on both January 6th and on January 15th.
Thank you. Mr. Holman?
Yes, members of the commission, there's several issues. I want to try to take them individually. And the commission is probably aware of this, but I did want to apologize. I looked up what Ms. Costonis was saying and I lost my original citation. The Metro Code 1204.355 does define standing. And standing means the halting of a vehicle, whether occupied or not, other than temporarily for the purposes of, and while actually engaged in receiving or departing passengers. And so I've only bring that up to say that was the basis that Mr. Stevenson was under the impression. And I understand, you know, he's been informed. I mean, frankly, I know this is a new regulatory scheme. I think we're all learning from that. And so I do think that while perhaps incorrect, he had a reasonable belief that he was able to offload those passengers because it was simply a no parking zone. It was not a no standing zone. As to the first situation, I think you heard Mr. Stevenson had simply pulled over to the side to look at something, not to let anybody off, not to park, and then he continued to stay stopped because he saw Mr. Russell approach him. And so I don't think that this commission necessarily has to decide the ultimate issue on this parking violation. Citations were issued. There's a general sessions process. He's entitled to go and address those concerns in general sessions court. To Mr. Hayes' point, I understand what you're saying. You do have an obligation to be sure that people are properly managing their vehicles. But I do believe that you have some honest disagreement about whether or not those were parking violations, were standing violations at the time. And I think you've also heard Mr. Stevenson say that all of that said, he has a better understanding now of what he can and can't do in terms of accepting passengers, releasing passengers downtown. And I do think we're all learning and sort of suffering through this together as we figure out how to manage this regulatory process. Now, what I think, in my opinion at least, is the larger issue is this confrontation between the inspector and Mr. Stevenson. And what I will say is that I believe Ms. Costonis does have the burden of proof, as Chairman McNally identified. And they have produced one witness. There was the opportunity to produce other witnesses, but they produced one witness that claims that there was a chest bump, that claims he was sworn at. And we have produced three witnesses that dispute that. Very clearly, very plainly, that there was a confrontation and probably was not ideal by any account on either party's part. And I think that Mr. Stevenson has identified to you that he would do it differently. And I do believe that he takes this very seriously. He's retained me. We're here today. We've tried to sort through this. And certainly understands that going forward, he can't have that kind of confrontation, no matter what an inspector maybe says to him. I will then say, also, I think the escalating basis for that was the request for identification. Only here in the last 5 minutes have we received statutory authority that refers, and I honestly haven't been able to dig into it to see if it's applicable, but I'm going to assume, for sake of this discussion, that it is applicable. But there is nothing in your regulations, in your rules, in anything that is signed that says I have to produce a valid driver's license. And honestly, even in what Ms. Costonis read just now, it says identification. I think we could argue that the permit issued by this authority is identification. It's identifying. It's got his driver's license number on it. It's got his permit number on it. For purposes of citations for this commission, I would think that that is still the appropriate identification for him to hand over. If what you want is authority to seek and obtain a valid driver's license from one of these drivers, I mean, my strong recommendation would be that that be specifically spelled out. I mean, I'm a lawyer. Some of you are lawyers. Mr. Stevenson and most of these drivers are not lawyers. And if that is of as great a concern to this inspector, any of the inspectors, then I think that needs to be very directly addressed so that we can avoid this. Because I do believe if there was some clarity in what was identified to these permit holders early on, at least this conflict, I believe, would have gone very differently. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any further questions that the commission has, but I would request Mr. Stevenson has citations. He will have to address those. That is the punishment and penalty for him. But I hope this commission will not take further action to endanger his livelihood. I will say what Mr. Stevenson said when I was wrestling in Overton. He was wrestling at McGavick. He is a 22-time state champion. He's a great guy. And I also will say he's a very physically intimidating guy. Just mere presence. And I do think that's a part of what happened here. Through no fault of his own, he can't control that. I think he's aware that he's got to be going out of his way to be careful that it's not misperceived. And I think he does have a better understanding of that. And I hope this commission will take that into account, and I hope they will not enact further disciplinary actions against him. So, thank you.
Mr. Holman, I have a question.
Sure.
We've heard Mr. Stevenson's subjective view of why he did not want to produce a CDL. What is this commission supposed to, or can this commission actually view it more from an objective perspective? And that is that most of us, when asked to produce our driver's license, whether it be by a Metropolitan police officer or someone in a blue jacket, someone in a yellow jacket, or a red jacket. I realize that now there's all kinds of colors down on Broadway now. But if someone who's perceived to be in some legal authority asks for me to produce my identification, most people objectively feel that they should produce their driver's license. Maybe not even should, but are compliant to produce it. Are you asking us to take his subjective view, which seems to be a relative minority of folks who don't want to produce their identification?
Well, I would say I'm not simply asking.
Because you're asking us that it's part of the escalation. Who really is escalating it, the subjective or the objective view?
Well, I think the objective issue is that if you look through your regulations and you look through your rules and you look through what I sign and acknowledge, nowhere does it say that. And so I think when you couple his subjective concern with that objective data, that it is not spelled out in there. And in fact, it refers to the display and the requirement to produce the permit. And that's a great place for it to also say, and/or driver's license. And it doesn't say that. So I don't think it's just the subjective. I think it's the combination of the fact that your ordinances that are specifically tailored to this regulatory scheme are completely devoid of that requirement. And his concern because of a CDL that you just don't hand that license over because it can go somewhere and end up with something on your record that can have far-reaching effects, which I believe is correct. I don't think it's it may be a greater concern than you or I or other people in this room would have that don't have commercial driver's licenses. But I will say I've worked with enough people that have had commercial driver's licenses. They are very protective about who and when they hand over their license because they don't want things reflected in their record that could have different consequences than it would for you or I as ordinary drivers.
Anybody other questions?
Relative to the court process for the parking violations,
Yes, sir.
when will those be heard?
I believe it's in April, but April 11th.
Which courtroom?
Probably traffic court. Probably traffic court.
1A, 1B?
This one I'm looking for. I don't. I think you have to call down there to get that. I don't think you're automatically entitled to it. Do you know what courtroom?
You should ask me. I was on screen like that.
Yeah, you have to ask for a hearing now, so I don't think it's going to be the face of the ticket. We're happy to provide that to you.
So the April 11th, is that when he simply is supposed to respond to the ticket, or is that actually a court date?
I believe that's a hearing date. Well, if he opposes it, then my understanding is he's going to oppose at least the no standing one.
So that would mean that it's on a docket downtown.
I would believe so. I just don't have that in front of me,
Yeah,
right?
no, it's more than just asking for a hearing. He's got a hearing scheduled, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Yeah.
That's on both of the, so there's multiple citations, correct?
I believe that he called and asked for a court date and that they accommodated putting both together. That's my understanding.
Relative to renewing a license, should it not be suspended or revoked today? If he has a pending court action for violations of our rules and regulations, is he eligible for renewal?
If we do stuff like that. I'm not sure. Mr. Fields may recall better than I do whether being suspended gives them an inability to to continue,
Or having multiple.
to be renewed. But I will say that I think the disciplinary jurisdiction of this commission is different from what traffic court or environmental court enforces when citations are issued. You are looking specifically at the issue of whether your permittees and your certificate holders are abiding by the rules that you and council set for them. And if they are not, you are determining whether discipline in the form of suspension of the permit, revocation of the permit, or probation is appropriate. So I don't think that it is,
Another court necessarily.
it's a different matter. This is a disciplinary matter based on a professional license, not a, it's not a court date, although of course the parties will have the opportunity to appeal by writ of cert from this hearing to the Chancery Circuit Court if they choose to.
If a driver or a company, and we heard testimony today that everybody's stopping in the wrong spot, it's always happening, it's just not always getting ticketed. But if a company has multiple citations against the company for breaking metro laws, they're still eligible for licensure should we elect to renew.
So there are certain types of offenses that make them ineligible for permits, both as individual drivers and as certificate holders. Mostly those are felonies. In the case of the drivers, I believe some of them are driving offenses as well, like DUIs and reckless driving, perhaps. I can't remember exactly.
Here are the illegal sections.
Billy is showing it to me. An applicant will be ineligible for consideration if any of the owners, partners, officers, directors, or members are under 21 years of age and or entertainment transportation vehicle business has no separate legal existence beyond a shareholder, owner, or partner who is under the age of 21 years of age. Any of the owners, partners, officers, directors, or members have been convicted of or forfeited bond, pleaded guilty or nolo contendere to, or been released from incarceration for a felony, prostitution, assignation, obscenity, or any crime of a sexual nature in any jurisdiction within 10 years immediately preceding the date of the application, or has been convicted of, forfeited bond, or plead guilty or nolo contendere to multiple felonies. And if the owners, partners, officers, directors, or members have violated any portion of this chapter of the Metropolitan Code within 5 years immediately preceding the date of the application, any portion of the application is incomplete or contains incorrect or untruthful information, an applicant will be ineligible for consideration for a 1-year period if any applicant, owner, partner, officer, director, or member has been found by a court of competent jurisdiction in violation of state law or Metropolitan Code provisions 3 or more times within the past 365 days, pertaining to noise from motor vehicles, lewd conduct as part of a commercial business, and or alcoholic beverage open containers. And I believe there's similar language with regard to what makes drivers ineligible. I'm scrolling down, hang on.
Lewd conduct, though, is renewable.
Well,
Multiple offenses.
multiple offenses would get you at the point where you would be suspended for a year.
Multiple meaning more than
Automatically.
one?
Yes, 3. It says 3 specifically. Hang on, I'm just looking at the driver requirements, and all applicants are required to meet the following standards: no convictions in the last 5 years for any offenses involving bodily injury or death, and no convictions in the last 3 years for any of the following offenses not involving injury or death: hit and run, driving under the influence of an alcoholic beverage or drug, or reckless or careless driving. For an additional permit, no more than 3 moving violations within the last 3 years and no more than 2 moving violations within the last year. For a renewal permit, no more than 4 moving violations within the last 3 years and no more than 2 moving violations in the last year. And then they also, for the fingerprint background check, they list homicide, rape, aggravated assault, kidnapping, robbery, forgery, theft, felony theft, burglary, child sex abuse, domestic violence, related offenses, leaving the scene of an accident, criminal solicitation or criminal attempt to commit any of the above, perjury or false swearing, a felony possession, sale, or distribution of narcotics. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Very thorough.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Holman.
Okay.
May I add one other piece of information for the commission? So your standard that you will be held to if your decision is reviewed on appeal is not your usual civil court standard. It's not a preponderance of the evidence. Your obligation is to have more than a scintilla of evidence that supports your decision and to not be arbitrary and capricious.
Meaning whatever decision we reach someone needs to articulate the reasons for the decision.
Ideally,
So
yes.
that there's a foundation for there be an appeal.
Yes.
And to support the decision that's being made.
Yes.
So, I think it's important that we open this up for a little discussion among the commissioners. And I guess one of the first comments I would like to make about our discussion is whether we're going to split the January 6th and January 15th matter so that we make a finding on each one, or do we want to try to make a finding of them combined? My preference, and I think the practice in the past has been to first make a finding of separate allegations of violations, make a finding on each one independently. Again, it's Ms. Costonis has said to have more than a scintilla of evidence to support our finding and to make sure we articulate our finding on each one. That said, I guess we could start with the January 6th. Is there any discussion about it?
This is the one where the film crew was on the bus with Mr. Stevenson, right?
Correct.
Just a random question. We got this professional video film crew. Were they filming, videoing any of this altercation going on?
Okay, he actually worked for me. It was a new camera we just bought. He's my media guy. So I don't even know the name of the camera. There was only two of it. It was two people. So no, sir, they didn't. That's the first. They didn't record anything.
Yeah.
This was their first time. It was the first time he was on the party bus. I do have pictures of that night that he actually recorded when he was following the bus.
So I guess I'm just concerned about this incident because it feels like Mr. Stevenson doesn't understand the authority of our inspectors. You know, the fact that, I mean, I've got a copy of his driver's license in front of me because the commission is entitled to that, which means our employees are entitled to that. And as Mr. McNally said earlier, generally, if somebody in authority asks you for your identification, your driver's license, you hand it over and take it back. I don't think we have any authority to impact somebody's commercial driver's license in any sort of way. So there was not a danger. And so to escalate with somebody in authority is troublesome to do. So.
Ms. Costanza, do you read the regulations by which we're talking about? Do we have the authority, does the inspector have the authority to ask for the driver's license if he's citing a metro citation?
Yes, he does, per the state code TCA provision 73505 that I quoted earlier.
And if I may add, one of the issues that exists, even though we do take an application, and in the application we take the permit, or we take the driver's license, those driver's license, we do that once a year. It's reasonable for me to believe, and we've always done it in all my years of doing it, if we ask for a driver's license, we want to make sure they have a driver's license that that has not been validated, or if they even have it in the car, because if they don't have it with them, we're gonna call a police officer, this person is driving a vehicle without a driver's license. So that is the reason we do what we do, and again, I think if you read through, I certainly think we've got the authority, I've always thought we've got the authority.
Any further discussion?
I'm also a little concerned that all this has been under oath, and there's quite a difference of opinion of what happened with respect to the chest bumping. One said we did, one said we didn't. Mr. Boland's not here to provide additional testimony to support whether they did or did not. I'm perplexed over, we have two people saying two different totally different.
We have 4 people. One person saying one version and 3 saying another. Let's just say for a moment we were to disregard an allegation of chest bumping. And we look at the video and we have the admissions of the raised voices. And we have, I think, you're always allowed to bring your common sense and human experience into deliberations on these matters. We have admissions by Mr. Stevenson that he is going to protect that CDL and passionately, and I can understand his position. But I guess what I'm getting to is we have some things that are common among all of the threads, and that's one of the things. I remember one judge telling me at one time, it's really difficult sitting there trying to decide when people are putting under oath and saying different versions of things that happen. So you start to exclude some of the things that are completely different, and look at what is in the middle there that's commonality. Some of the things we know is that voices were raised. Our downtown partnership folks said voices were raised enough that they were drawn out of a garage to come across to it. And I think he even said that their supervisor was drawn out enough that they felt like that they had to intervene. I hope the message will get to downtown partnership that they're not supposed to intervene with Metro Police or with the Transportation Licensing Commission people in the future. But they were drawn out of the garage. They felt it had escalated to the point that they needed to intervene. I guess Mr. Russell hasn't necessarily agreed that he may have been part of the problem. But I think our common sense and human nature could tell us that it was probably a little unclean hands on both sides to some degree, when you look at the things that are in common. Now, when you get down to the things that are disputed, that becomes more difficult. I don't know if that helps any, but we certainly had a situation on the street that probably Metro would have intervened if they'd been around. When I say Metro, the police department would have intervened. And I don't think there was people there trained or people there who were willing to let it de-escalate. I recognize that the downtown partnership folks wanted to de-escalate, but it was a bad situation on the streets.
I think past that as well, we do that we've got a couple of incidents of stopping and maybe getting out and taking a picture, the vehicle stopped, loading in places that we're not supposed to load and unload.
Yeah, we do have a commonality of violating our rules and regulations about standing, parking, stopping, whatever you want to call it, of the
Loading and unloading.
loading, unloading, the entertainment transportation vehicle in an unauthorized spot. So.
Yeah, I think, as you said, I think there are a number of items that have been disputed here. And I think that, probably things could have been handled and hopefully will be handled differently going forward on both sides. I think just in looking at the code, right, and in terms of, the requirement to, act in a reasonable, prudent, safe, and courteous manner. From my perspective, from what I'm seeing, is that this was, not courteous on January 6th. regardless. I think that's something that we have to take very seriously.
Can you speak up a little bit for me,
Oh,
please?
yes, let's see, my mic isn't working.
None of our mics work.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think, with sort of taking a look at what's been disputed, and obviously there are things, that have not been aligned on in terms of the people that have spoken. I think looking at the standard that, what we've set forth in our code, right, is that an individual has to, act in a way that is prudent, safe, and courteous. In observing the tape and listening to the testimony, I think that where I land on this is that it was not courteous behavior on the 6th.
What about your view about the violation of loading and unloading in undesignated areas?
Yeah, that as well. That seems to be acknowledged by Mr. Russell. And, I guess.
And I assume we issue citations for those frequently?
I mean,
Do we?
Literally hundreds.
Okay.
Yes, literally hundreds.
Now, I mean, not just ETs, but we literally hundreds of, typically they don't escalate to the point of where we ask somebody who's licensed for information or have this sort of an encounter.
So we cite people for parking in.
Issued parking.
Right. Okay.
And of those hundreds, they rarely ever show back up here in the disciplinary matter for the commission.
I would be curious, Mr. Fields, relative to the hundreds, if your office could produce a report for us of the folks that have received all of the citations.
I apologize.
Okay. I'd be really curious relative to the renewal.
You will see all of them.
How many citations have been issued? I'd be curious, because I think it's, we try to balance convenience and necessity and whether we should have these permits or not. I mean, what frustrates Nashvilleians so much is the traffic and the noise that these create. And stopping in a travel lane, even for a minute, at 4th, 5th, or 6th and Broadway, be late to pick up your kids, right? You're going to be really angry if that happens and you're stuck behind a party bus. It happens to me all the time. And it really, really frustrates me. That's one of the reasons that we wrote into the ordinances that you stop in authorized locations, right? Like that. So as we think about renewals, I think that would really play well into who may or may not be eligible for renewal. And I would think if you have a citation for stopping in a traffic zone, or you have a couple of them, you shouldn't be authorized to renew. Because you're breaking the rules, and you've been cited.
No,
Yeah, I mean, pretty easy.
Well, let's not go prejudging matters that aren't before us yet, okay? We're showing a predisposition before the matters get before us. Let's stay on task with what we have here today. I'm sure Mr. Stevenson is listening to what you're sharing. So, other discussions about the January 6th incident? Yeah. I will note that certainly Inspector Russell was doing what he was supposed to be doing. All right, Ms. Costonis, or Ms. I'm going to call on you, because Ms. Costonis has been working hard at prosecuting this matter. Protocol-wise, do we make a motion, vote on the motion, first on whether there's a violation or not, then have discussion about what kind of disciplinary action to take, right?
yes,
Okay,
that's
thanks.
correct.
All right. And I think the motion ought to articulate which section that is in the letter provided to us from February 8th, which sections the motion is being made about, if there's a motion regarding finding of a violation, it should state which section of the Metropolitan Code the violations are supposed to have occurred or not occurred. And of course, if someone wants to make a motion to take no action, that's on the table as well. If there's any, I kind of put the discussion before the motion, but if there's no other further discussion, is there a motion to be made?
Sure, I'm gonna make a motion,
I'm going to ask you to shout it so that
Sure,
everybody in the back of the room can hear it as well, okay?
Absolutely. I will do my best. So I make a motion that on the issue regarding January 6th incident, that there was a violation by Mr. Stevenson on section 070D, in which provides that ETV may only load and unload in locations in the public right-of-way approved by the Metropolitan government. And then also, section 6.77.220, with regard to the driver shall at all times act in a reasonable, prudent, safe, and courteous manner.
So motion on the table, is there a second?
Can I amend the motion to include 6.77.150.1 regarding the conspicuous display of a permit on the clothing or in the entertainment transportation vehicle?
I accept the amendment.
I'll second.
All right, from a discussion standpoint as well, I believe he was also in violation of 677.220, observing all state and local traffic laws and regulations. And the regulation is loading in a no parking zone. Which, so you've got 070D, 677.1501, both courteous and traffic laws. It's just multiple violations.
Yeah.
Could I make a suggestion about that? Because we have a very specific, narrow regulation about loading and unloading, the facts of this case are dealing with the loading and unloading. I would recommend not including the observe and obey all state and traffic laws and regulations because of the ambiguity. Yeah.
Okay.
Tailoring our motion as narrow and specific usually helps keep it clear.
Yep.
Cisco's, any thoughts?
So Billy was just reminding me that you are looking at disciplinary allegations against both a company, a certificate holder, and an individual as a driver. So most of the sections that you just cited are really individual to the driver. So do you want to take disciplinary action against just the driver, individual, Mr. Stevenson, or do you want to take the action against Party Best Music City or whatever it's called as an entity, as the holder of the certificate, given that he is also essentially the principal of that corporate entity?
What's your recommendation?
I mean, speaking as the prosecutor, I guess I would like to see charges against both.
Ever as the legal counsel, what's your thoughts?
I guess in order.
While they're looking that up, I think there's a good point to be made that the conduct of the person on the street probably is individual. The company, while maybe vicariously liable for conduct of the driver, could be vicariously liable for the conduct of the driver. In this these facts here today. I think it's more the individual on the conduct that occurred on the street, and the choice about where to stop and load and unload. I guess I'm kind of talking to myself in a sense, or persuading myself.
I think you're doing great.
Yeah, maybe more about the individual than the company.
Well,
I'm open for other ideas.
given the fact that the driver is the owner, and he's the sole driver of the company, as I heard earlier in the testimony, by taking action against the driver, we're basically, in some way.
May I offer something to that though? However, that's the current situation, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he could seek to have another driver approved, and still maintain that license. And all the proof that was put on today was about individual conduct. So, but there were no questions about.
But you're not going to dispute that the company's not also responsible for their driver.
As the chairman said, the point I was going to make is that the choice to pull over or not to pull over, it's not a systemic issue for, some misrepresentation or those kinds of things, false advertising, the kinds of things that I think you would see come to address a company's corporate atmosphere.
Normally I would look at what the company's corporate atmosphere, attitude, policies are, but they're one and the same here.
Yeah, that's a different person.
That is my greatest fear, is can you separate the driver from the company? And no one is more peaceful in the world than me, and everybody in the world knows that. But it's very hard well, I appreciate the standing issue because Mr. Hollins is my friend. Red bags mean you don't park there. Red bags mean, I don't care what it means, you don't stop, you don't do anything, you keep going. Those sort of things, what's that?
Then they should say that, and they don't.
Well,
there are signs that specifically say, and no standing, and they don't.
And I think we may do some addressing.
I think you need to.
And you and I will have.
I think there's a lesson learned.
I will allow you to help me do some addressing.
One at a time.
I guess I'm just concerned about just the conduct of a driver who's also the owner of the company. That's the part that works.
And the owner driver.
And I mean, just, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do this.
All right, Ms. Haber, did you come up with some
Yes.
legal considerations for us on the matter?
Thank you. So Metro Code 677090 applies to the certificate holder and the company. So a violate of the certificate holder or of the company.
The company
It's the certificate holder, excuse me. The certificate holder is the company. So you can suspend or revoke or place the company on probation under that for violating any rule or regulation established by this commission. You may also find that the driver, you may also suspend, revoke, or place the driver on probation under Metro Code Section 6.77200. So I would agree that you can charge both.
Yeah, we can charge both, but are there any considerations about whether we should in this case or not? I think Mr. Fields addressed those at this point. So we're faced with the reality that we have two separate incidences, two separate entities that we're having to decide on. Is that fair to say to everybody?
The driver and the company.
Driver in the company, January 6th and January 15th. But I think for simplicity, we can probably consider the driver and the company as far as whether an allegation occurred or not together. We may want to look at different sanctions for them, should there be different aspects of it.
That makes sense.
Different considerations for the sanctions. Okay, backing up, there was a motion on the table, and if I can make sure I understand the motion correctly, we had, the motion included a violation of section 070, parenthetical lowercase d, of an ETV unloading and loading in an improper location, violation of Metro Code 6.77.150.1, I'm sorry, 6.77.220, conduct of drivers. Motion that Mr. Stevenson was not acting reasonable, prudent, safe, and in a courteous manner. I guess we'll take that up first individually. Let's see, and there was one more in there as well about the failure to display the permit, and that is
6.77.150.
okay. Does everybody agree that seems to be the motion on the table?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let's take it individually with Mr. Stevenson. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
If I could just make one little clarification. So the allegations in 150 and 220 are individual driver behavior. The allegation in 070D is a part of the regulations, which are incorporated by reference into 677090, which is the disciplinary section that relates to certificate holders. So you may want to separate, like as a driver, I think you could find them guilty of all three, but as a company, you may want to focus your motion on what is not, you may be able to say like, there's maybe an issue with, it's kind of funny to say like failure to train your employees adequately when you are your own employee, but like that there is some degree of corporate control over the decision to behave the way that he did. And also as to the loading in the inappropriate places, that is the one that you can charge the whole company with for sure.
Okay. All right. My suggestion would be that we go on to now the individual for the January 15th incident. So then we can come back, we can look back to sanctions at that point, okay? As to the January 15th, is there a motion on the table regarding that? Is there a motion? Anybody want to make a motion on January 15th? This would be unloading the party bus at 4th Avenue and Broadway here. I think it was described as the Hilton Hotel with a bachelorette party. Once, twice?
Yeah,
Trying to read this.
yeah,
Letter.
I don't have the number, but I would make a motion that there, thank you. My print's too small. Yeah, I would move that, there was a violation of 6.77.090.A.1 in terms of only being, section 070D, only unloading and loading in public right of way and places that are.
Second.
I've heard a second. Is there, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Mr. Fields, Ms. Costonas, what about, I think we should probably take up, since we're on the individual right now, what sanction that we should impose based upon these violations. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the sanctions appear to be no sanction, suspension, revocation, or probation, or a combination thereof. Does anybody have any questions about the possible sanctions that are applicable in this situation?
Only to the extent of the probation. When we say probation, do we need to be specific about what the probation criteria includes?
You can. So you basically probably, the code is very vague about it. So I'm going to defer to Ms. Haber. If I can say what I think, and if she agrees with it, she can tell you independently. But like the sorry, lost my train of thought.
No, we can put conditions on the
Yeah,
probation.
so I think you can
Yeah, yeah.
define what the conditions of probation are and kind of like what the consequences of violating those conditions are. So if you want it to be like probation in lieu as sort of a suspended suspension, that's not too redundant sounding. As long as he complies with these conditions, he stays on just probation and it doesn't like trigger the suspension to go into effect. But it's up to you. You can pretty much describe it any way you want.
Mr. Fields, you look like you have something you wanted to share.
As I said earlier, I'm very concerned about what appeared to me to be just disregard. And that bothers me, whether it's a driver or the company. It's hard for me. I have to talk to Mr. Holliman. And, I thought about it because he and I had a very, very frank conversation. And he asked, what did I think? And since then, I said, well, I'm going to think. And I've looked, and I'm not one to put people out of business. But when I look at what I do and what our responsibilities are, it's hard for me to see him continuing doing what he's doing based on, again, what appears to me to be violations that.
Mr. Fields, when you say he continuing,
Which Mr. Stevenson, whether he's a driver or a company, I think it's challenged. I think from an NDOT standpoint, they would look for the harshest position you could take. I think would be a departmental, because I do work for the department, and I think that would be something we're concerned about public safety, and public safety is our main goal. And conduct, loud conduct, especially with one of our officers is loud. Even if our officer got loud, I would back away. I wasn't present, so I can't tell you what happened.
And I think that's one of my concerns. I mean, whether or not our officer behaved entirely appropriately either. The truth is, we've worked really hard to set these rules and regulations and to put enforcement in place for the benefit of Nashville. And it's been pretty painful, frankly. And what I heard today is that people didn't recognize our officers as folks in authority. And they have to be in authority to make sure that the regulations and rules of this commission are upheld. Do you know, or why did we spend our time really trying hard to develop appropriate rules and regulations? That worries me. I don't know how to change people's attitude about that.
Mr. Ullman, I know you're on your feet. I just want to see if we might save a lot of time if we could first see if any other commissioners have some other input or discussion about a sanction before you try to address what you think would be appropriate, okay? No. Mr. Hayes, you usually have something you want to add? No? All right, Mr. Holman, make your last pitch for your client.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have great respect for Mr. Fields. We go way back, but I really have concern about that last statement, and frankly, that it's essentially testimony that's being offered after close of proof.
But I don't think it's testimony. It's a recommendation of a sanction.
I understand. But
based upon what is believed that MDOT would, and I think what he's saying is that the department would recommend a revocation of your client's permit, both as a driver and as a company.
And I think it relies
Tell
on
me why we shouldn't revoke it.
Well, for a couple of reasons. One, I think there is a strong view, and the burden of proof is in this hearing on Ms. Costonis. And there's one witness. There was the opportunity to have the other officer come down. He was there. He was present. He certainly could have been here, and he's not.
There's already been a finding against your client.
No, I understand.
Talk to me about the sanction.
This is his livelihood. This is a new process. We are all learning how these buses are going to coexist with the rest of us in the city. I think there is some lack of clarity through no one's fault other than it is a new process about exactly where some of these things can occur. I think there's been some concession here that it is not identified that they have the right to ask for the driver's license in the ordinance, in the regulation. And that could be clearer. And I think all of this lack of clarity that is systemic has fallen on Mr. Stevenson. Could he have responded better? Yes, I think we can see that. I know he understands that. He sat in my office and I know he understands that. I think he should have another opportunity. And if he proves me wrong, then we can do exactly what Mr. Hayes was talking about. We can have a probation that has a set suspension built in. If there's another violation, then we don't even have to have that hearing. If there's a violation, then that suspension automatically occurs. But I do think particularly early in this permitting process, everyone's new, everyone's figuring it out. There is some ambiguity. There is some lack of history among the drivers and lack of clarity in the ordinances, as there's always going to be as you have a new regulatory scheme. I'd hate to see Mr. Stevenson lose his livelihood because of that systemic confusion. And so I think that if you're entertaining a probation to see which way this goes, if it turns out he's a person that engages in bad behavior, then it'll be addressed. And if he's not, then we'll move on. So that's it.
What about the concept of general deterrence and specific deterrence? And speaking about general deterrence, sending the message out there that other drivers and other companies better respect the inspectors for the Transportation Licensing Commission. And then I guess there's been raised some concern about specific deterrence, and Mr. Stevenson just doesn't get it.
First of all, I think there's a lot of dispute about what happened. I understand findings been made. But I also don't think that anybody's going to look at this situation, particularly if there is a probationary period, and say that Mr. Stevenson walked out of here. Mr. Stevenson has had to hire a lawyer. That's expensive. He's had to be down here and have this, very serious, very public hearing. And it appears that there's going to be consequence. And if it happens again, there's going to be serious financial long-term consequence that may put him in a very bad personal predicament. So I don't think any other permit holder out there is going to look and say, Mr. Stevenson walked if he's put on probation with a suspension hanging over his head if he doesn't dot his I's and cross his T's.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion about sanctions before entertaining motion?
I would say that if we allow Mr. Stevenson to continue to operate either individually as a driver or as a company, I would like whatever we do to include some pretty serious training by Mr. Fields on what the rules and regulations are. Because, we heard today that you don't understand that you can't load and unload downtown. That's a problem. Clearly keeping your permit in your wallet instead of around your neck or on the bus is a problem. And it appears that retraining, if he is going to continue, is necessary. I don't know if Mr. Fields wants to do that, but I would recommend that be a part of what we do.
I'm processing what you're saying. Is it training or is it a driver test? Where you have to pass a test on the rules and regulations. Are there ways that we can set a high bar so that we don't have this problem again, where somebody doesn't know? We did like getting a CDL or a driver's license. Could we develop a test?
It would be challenging to take every time that y'all had somebody training. I'll certainly counsel anybody I can. No. Anybody knows I'm very approachable and always have been and probably will for as long as I'm around. If you wanted a testing situation, we have experience with testing. We spent a lot of years testing taxi cab drivers on very specific rules over a 3-day period. COVID sort of changed how we got to do those sort of things, but we certainly have relationships with various people to put together testing mechanisms that would actually test somebody's skills on the rules and the ordinance, and could they score a certain percentage in order to go forward. That could be developed and do it in such a way that it's random and outside my control about which questions are picked. We would develop a series of questions of 100, 200, whatever, and then choose 25, 30, 50 questions, whatever it is, and could they pass that test at a certain proficiency? Maybe challenging to get it done very quickly.
Yeah,
but it's an interesting thought, and it's not a bad thought. It's just a matter of from a policy standpoint, we could go back and put it through the grinder and see what we could come up with.
It may not be a part of this particular
No, yeah.
situation, but it's actually not.
Or is it really just?
Yeah.
Your
So I was gonna say, like, in general, the concept of having the certificate holder and the driver be separate is that the training component is supposed to fall on the company, on the certificate holder.
That's what I was
They are supposed to train the drivers. So
they said they're one and the same.
they are supposed to study the code, the regulations, know them, and
Train the driver. And they're supposed to have a training program that's a part of the application. So there's been a potentially a failure of.
Well, is there, again, to repeat,
And I just want to go back, if we are suspending today for some period of time, 6-month suspension, and we are up for renewal, I would think suspension followed by a probationary period, not probation followed by suspension, but if we're suspending today for some period of time, is he eligible automatically for a license renewal? Is the company?
And when is the license renewal, April or May?
Well, it's not a renewal. It's a new application process. Each year, the way the commission is framed this, the council framed, then your rules frame is there's an annual meeting to look at the number of permits that are available, how many are out there, how many are necessary. Next month, you're going to be getting a preview of Connect Downtown, which has been something that we've all waited for. It won't be the final study to help inform you for April. And I have not seen the report, but we'll be seeing it shortly. Y'all will be seeing it next month as a part of your agenda. I don't know that the ordinance is clear. You certainly can take disciplinary. You can take into consideration for any application, if there's been a problem, a question about whether it's an owner or an operator, I think you can take that into consideration on whether or not you issue a certificate. I think there's some specific language that says that,
I'm looking for it.
that,
Okay.
and she's about to say, but I think I think 090 actually speaks to it. Under section 2, it says, can be restricted or not renewed by the MTSC, talking about could be revoked, suspended, placed on probation, or otherwise restricted or not renewed if an operator has violated any provision of this code or any ordinance of the Metropolitan government or laws of the United States or the state of Tennessee. The violation reflects unfavorably on the fitness of the holder to offer transportation services, including but not limited to violations of excessive noise, alcoholic beverage.
And the other thing I was going to add is in 677030, which talks about the findings that you make before you award new certificates, either new certificates or additional permits on existing certificates. And the first part of that is that there's the public necessity and convenience. We've gone over that in a lot of detail. But subsection B says, in making the above findings, the MTLC shall, at a minimum, take into consideration the number of entertainment transportation vehicles already in operation, whether existing service is adequate to meet the need, and the character, experience, financial condition, and responsibility of the applicant.
and as I understand, everybody has to reapply by March 13th. It does, so.
And that was the last thing on the agenda today for me to share with you. The application deadline for everybody that's got a current ET or anybody that wants an entertainment transportation company, whether it's seated sightseeing or a party bus, Monday, May the 13th, 2023, the application's online. All the companies have been mailed the applications. All the companies have been emailed the applications. And it has been running consistently on Channel 3. It has been advertised on our website. And you will, at your April 27th meeting, is when we would be bringing you all the applications.
For either new
or current.
So everybody's permit, in a sense, expires in April.
Yeah. No, not instant. They all expire.
They all expire.
Unless this commission allows them to go forward, they expire.
So the action we're taking here today, the sanction whatever it may be, Mr. Stevenson today, is between today, February 23rd, and April
And April 27th.
April 27th. So,
Okay, it's fine.
60.
right. So as we discuss this here now, and we'll make a consideration, we're talking about 60 days, give or take. All right, anything further? Since we've made a finding of a disciplinary act or disciplinary violation, we need a motion of some kind regarding a sanction. Asking for somebody to make a motion.
Move to suspend the license until April 27th.
Just point of clarification for the company or the individual over?
Right now, we only have the individual.
We only have the individual. Okay. I'll second that.
All right, there's motion on the table to suspend Ronnie Stevenson's permit until April 27th. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now we go to the company, consideration about the company. And let me make sure that's clear, that motion was made for both the January 6th and the January 15th violations considered together for sanction, right? Okay. All right, as far as the company, Party Bus Music City, January 6th, do y'all want to consider them together or separately?
Can we do it together?
Yes, like
As long as we're specific about what section we're finding and what facts are supporting that section, okay? Which I think, given what we looked at with the individual, is pretty easy. Any discussion or anybody want to make a motion?
I think Ms. Castana said that section 070D is most applicable to the.
that is,
to the-
that
to
is
the-
a subsection of the
company.
rules,
Yeah.
and then that is incorporated by reference into 677-090, which I believe y'all correctly stated previously.
Right.
And yes, 090 is the section that governs discipline against a certificate holder or company.
And I would recommend that, I think you're correct, that does seem to be the most applicable code section regarding the company, but I would follow it with some specific language about the reason you're finding it for the company, distinguished from the finding for the individual. Custom, habit, or something of that nature. Since we're looking at two different incidences that might support that.
Okay, I'll make a motion, that the, company, Party Bus Music City was in violation on, January 6th and January 15th, Metro Code 6.770.90.81, Section 07D, ETV may only load or unload locations in the public right of way approved by the Metropolitan government, as they do not provide requisite, or due to their requirement to oversee the driver actions. The supervised, yeah, the driver, who was driving the vehicle.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second? All right, it's motion on the table. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to the sanction. There's already been a sanction to revoke the driver's, I'm sorry, to suspend a driver's permit for 60 days or till April 27th of 2023. Is there any discussion about the sanction that should occur for the company Party Bus Music City, or are we ready to make a motion?
I think these things are serious. I also am really aware of not wanting to lightly impact somebody's livelihood. I think that Mr. Stevenson's ability to drive already does that. So I think I would make a motion that we put the company on probation until April 27th.
Just a motion on the table, is there a second?
A second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sounded like there was about unanimous second there, but two. All right, any opposed? Okay, so just so we wrap up here, the company Party Bus Music City is on probation till April 27th. Mr. Stevenson's permit to drive has been suspended until April 27th. I believe that leaves open the possibility of him bringing another driver in to try to get them permitted. Is that right? Yep. All right. Let's see, we did, Mr. Fields, did we adequately cover the March 13th deadline file applications for entertainment
Yes,
and
sir. I think
transportation companies?
You recognized it publicly, and we were able to announce it again.
Okay. Is there any other business today that any of the commissioners want to bring up? We always leave a little time at the very end, even though it's for well beyond our 5 o'clock.
We do have one issue
Yes.
that I'll be very brief with. At your October meeting, you had, well, in the fall, you had looked at two different companies that had made requests to be reconsidered for decisions that had been made regarding, one is a company certificate, and the other is number of vehicles. At that meeting, you said that Big Green Tractor would be, you would defer indefinitely any decision that you may make on a request for Big Green Tractor to add an additional vehicle. You also said that you would defer indefinitely the nightlife party tours for a certificate. In that particular meeting, you also said if anything becomes available and until the February 2023 meeting. So today is February 2023 meeting. So I guess what you would decide is, do you want to take that issue up again? Which means we would roll it to the March meeting, but I would caution you from the standpoint of I go back to our Connect Downtown study that is coming, also then the annual meeting that's coming in April for this very issue. So you deferred it indefinitely, except you said if something becomes available. You did reduce the number from by two, and so theoretically there would be two that are below the limit that you approved last June. So the question is, do you want to take it up? And Mr. Holloman,
On a separate matter.
on a different matter.
Represents Nightlife Party Tours, and Mr. Bean is interested. He understands that if he were awarded that permit in March, that it's only for a month, but he believes he would be in better standing. I understand it's not a renewal, but he believes he would be in better standing for receiving a permit next year if he were awarded that permit in March for 1 month. And so that was what was essentially offered to him back in October, is the opportunity to come back. And so all I want the commission to know is that we would like that opportunity to come and seek to obtain that permit in March.
A permit or two permits or what?
Just a permit.
A permit.
Yes.
How's our agenda in March look?
Well, right now, the biggest thing you're going to hear will start with Connect Downtown presentation. That will, I don't know that it'll be lengthy, but it'll certainly be, there will be conversation. One of the issues that, I can hint a little bit, we already know what it is. One of the things it's going to share is that the slow-moving traffic is affecting the downtown grid. So we know that from just preliminary things. I've not been deeply in it, so I think it's going to be interesting to hear the conversations and the data that's going to support that. It will not be the final study, but it will be, Ms. Alarcon will be bringing with NDOT staff and I assume consultants to share information with you.
That said, we did make that offer to consider it.
You can tailor your motion or pitch to within 30 minutes
Oh,
or less?
Easily. We've already, we've essentially complied. It was just that there was not a permit available. So I think this body has examined his application qualification. Frankly, shouldn't take more than 5 minutes.
5 minutes? All right, I'll hold you to that.
Okay.
Well, and
I can't control the conversation over there,
Make a
but-
decision on the motion.
Relative to voting this evening, because the other piece took so long, I've run out of time. I've got 5 or 10 minutes.
Sure. I mean, can we take it up now? I mean, it's.
Well, from a decision-making issue, I don't think you can actually make a decision
Yeah.
based on, I think what you said, we'll take it, we'll defer it indefinitely and then set it on an agenda. So that's the reason I brought it back to you now, because you said February.
Yeah, I thought we were just discussing putting it on March.
Yeah, that's very
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
We'll be happy to take it now. But yeah, no, that's all we're asking.
If you need that in the form of.
But I would say, I think Mr. Fields, he's already been, he's had his vehicle inspected, he's had all that.
That's good. Go ahead and make a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion that we put the consideration of a
Night light.
light party
And
tours.
Big Green Tractor here
And
as
Big
well.
Green Tractor
Okay.
on the agenda
To consider,
to
so we'll,
consider
okay,
for March, our March meeting.
we'll put that information together for you and have it available.
Thank you. All right, any other business? Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? Yeah. All approved, I assume. All right, thank you, folks.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.